to Michael as well, just behind us, and hello to all the Hampshire followers and everybody that's managed to get in touch already this morning from Nottinghamshire. Good morning to you all. The news is that one change. I think we all knew that Ben Duckett wasn't going to play in this match. It was announced some time ago that last week's game, or the game that finished on Monday against Surrey, would be his last in this little block. So Freddie McCann back in, so Dylan Pennington doesn't make the starting 11. The other two that are in the squad, I think Sam Citron, the young batter here, just for a little bit of experience, and Farhan Ahmed, just in case they got down here and it was going to be a raging turner, so they sit this one out. So it's pretty much as it has been, with the inclusion of McCann for Duckett. Hamid, Slater, McCann, Clark, Haynes, Verena, Lyndon James, Patterson White, Fergus O'Neill, Ollie Stone and Josh Tong. And Nottinghamshire in the field. Greenish look to the wicket. Stone and Tong bowling together. This could be fun this morning.
Well, let's hope it's not that much fun. There are many changes in the Hampshire lineup. In fact, I'd better quickly get on with it because the play might have started by the time I mention them all. There are 5 in total, so almost a half change side from the one that lost to Essex last week. Out go, well, I think we're all pretty know this one. No Liam Dawson, that's it as regards championship cricket for him. Young Ben Mays has got A-levels coming up, so he makes way. No James Fuller, who took 5 wickets last week. No Cody Youssef, the South African overseas bowler who's finding wickets hard to come by. And no Scott Curry. In come new South African all-rounder Delano Potheta. Fletcher Middleton is back in the side. Felix Organ is back in the side. So too Brad Wheel, who's playing his first game of the season, and Sonny Baker. That's how Hampshire line up.
It was a waste of time me hiding behind that tree watching your training session over the last couple of days, wasn't it, really?
I knew it was you, Dave, straight away. Yes, that's
hot topic in this part of the world.
Yes, it is, and yeah, it's getting a little boring if I'm honest. But hey, it goes on and on and on. So Hampshire come into this game having played 5, 1-1, lost 4. Nottinghamshire, as Dave will know, have played 5, 1-2, and drawn 3. And sitting top of the table, Dave, it must make it a nice feeling.
Yes. Obviously what happened at the end of last year was very, very special indeed, as I said at the time, and I've said a couple of times since. It was something I didn't really envisage happening again almost in my lifetime. Nottinghamshire sitting top of the pile, but although they haven't really gone to strengthen the side in terms of recruiting domestic players through the winter period, they have managed to keep pretty much the side that won last year. Mohammed Abbas played the last few games last year. Of course, he's now moved on to Derbyshire. They've got Fergus O'Neill back. They've got Carl Verena as the other overseas. But Ollie Stone didn't play a single game last year. The good news that, touch wood on behalf of Ollie, he's fit and well, bowling very quickly indeed. And sort of having Ollie Stone back, it's almost like a new signing, just an extra option. So that means Dylan Pennington, again, unfortunately, has to sit this one out.
So the wicket is cut to the left as we look towards the tunnel area here at a sunny Utilita Bowl, and it is very green looking. And I'm told that it is the same wicket that the women played last week here against Somerset. It looked a good wicket then, and certainly looks a good wicket now. And I think, again, briefly talking to Simon, the groundsman this morning, that a lot of live grass, so there should be, again, a bit of pace in this wicket. So, just to repeat, Hampshire lost the toss. They have been asked to bat first, which isn't a surprise. The bowling side, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, looks pretty formidable, with the likes, as Dave said, of Josh Tong, Ollie Stone, Fergus O'Neill, to name but 3. So this may again be a tough session or so for the batters. And as we know, the batters are, apart from Ben Brown and Jake Lehman, are just finding things a little tough. Nick Gubbins to maybe a certain extent as well. So a chance again for them to get in, work hard, and hopefully score some runs and get Hampshire off the bottom of the table, because after this game, which will be the 6th, then we are pretty close to halfway through the championship season. So it looks like Fergus O'Neill will start us off from the pavilion end. The Australian, right arm over, bowls, and forward is Toby Albert, and that ball trickles up to mid-on. So several ways you can pick us up. Live picture feed on the Hampshire Cricket website. That is being beamed, or those pictures are being beamed back to the Nottinghamshire Cricket website. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app. We're on your smart speaker, just ask it to play Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire, and we are around the ground on the in-ground commentary. O'Neill comes in and bowls. Albert works that away on the onside. So Toby Albert has had 6 innings so far. This is his 4th match in a row, having taken over from Joe Weatherly. Has 128 runs, averaging 21. So he will be looking for some scores pretty soon. Fergus O'Neill, this is his 3rd match this year. 5 wickets at 25 apiece. That's edged over the top of 3rd slip, high over the top of 3rd slip, and that's running away down to 3rd. And that will be 4 runs short from O'Neill. He was at Nottinghamshire last year as well. 21 wickets at 17 apiece in his stint at Trent Bridge. And if you are watching on the picture feed, you'll see that that wicket is looking quite green, and believe me, it does look green. I did detect the first couple of balls actually didn't seem to really fizz through, but early days. As O'Neill's in again, 3 slips weight and bowls, and tucked away on the leg side by Toby Albert. Nice and bright sunshine, although there are some quite heavy white fluffy clouds passing above us, which later on we are expecting some irregular showers here, so we may be on and off probably maybe lunchtime or somewhere around then. After that, as O'Neill's in again and bowls, it's way outside off stump, and again hasn't exactly fizzed through to keeper Verena. He's at first slip, sorry, he's at keeper. First slip is Liam Patterson-White. Second slip, Freddie McCann, the one changed to the Nottinghamshire side, he's in for Ben Duckett. And at third slip is Jack Haynes. As O'Neill comes in again and runs towards us and bowls. Albert plays inside the line as the ball goes through to Verena. And that's the end of the first over of the morning. Nottinghamshire winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Top of the table against the bottom of the table side, Hampshire. And Hampshire are 4 without loss, and it's great that Dave's already back.
Indeed, yeah, and the sun's out as well, so all is well down here. Always enjoy the trips down here, although Nottinghamshire's recent record not so good. Not won here since the championship winning year of 2010. And of course last year it was one of those Kookaburra games. I went out to the toss, had a little bit of a joke with Ben Brown out there, asking him if he'd be bowling 6 overs at the end of this match. You remember he took the pads off, Kevin, had a bowl, he got it to go actually, if memory serves.
Yeah, some big scores in that game, wasn't it? You guys 578, Hampshire 454, Nottinghamshire 108 for 1 declared.
Yeah, Tilak Verma got a ton, and Lyndon James got a double. Here's Josh Tong opening the bowling. Often likes to come on as first change, but so does Ollie Stone really. So it's Tong round the wicket. First ball is cut away by Gubbins, partially stopped in the gully by Lyndon James, and I wouldn't say they'll take a single, but it's a no ball as well, so it's a disappointing start for Josh Tong really. He's 0 for 3 and he's not even started his first over.
What's he played? This is his 4th game, 11 wickets at 25 apiece.
Yeah,
had a good winter, didn't he?
Very much so, yes. Very exciting to watch last week against Surrey. Some really quick deliveries. I'm afraid I think they call it scone, don't they? They floored Gus Atkinson twice, hitting him in the helmet, and Atkinson, his England teammate, had to retire hurt. Been bowling very quickly indeed. matches he's played so far. Comes in and this wide of the pegs. Albert lets it go through to Kyle Verena. Of course, again, one of the things of last year, which I think Hampshire just had to sort of suck it up and make do with it. England released Josh Tong, didn't they, from an international squad to come into the game for days 3 and 4. So they gave Brett Hutton a long bowl, if you may remember, on the afternoon of the second day, and then he was replaced by Tong for the last couple of days of the game. Comes in again, the England pace man, wide of the pegs, could carry through to Verena, and there's no run.
So we've got potentially 3 England pace bowlers playing in this game, haven't we?
Yep.
For the first test against New Zealand.
Certainly 3 in the squad.
When's that first test? Do you know?
Where?
When?
Beginning of June.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
Beginning of June.
Not so long away. I must admit, I wasn't sure whether they'd be allowed to play this game, but
Still over a fortnight, isn't it, I suppose? Yeah. Tong in again. Bowls playing inside the line there. Toby Albert goes through to the keeper. Umpires are Alex Wharf at square leg. Standing umpire at this end, Steve O'Shaughnessy, and Phil Whittaker is the match referee. 2 of the senior guys with the coats on. Knott's got 3 slips, 3 more on the offside, and fairly regulation leg side field. Ben Slater at mid wicket. Be a big evening for Ben. He's a massive Chesterfield fan. This is down the leg side, and Albert's missed out a little bit there, really. Went hard at it, just needed to get a bit of a tickle on that, and could have just run it away for relatively simple 4 runs. Yeah, Chesterfield playing Notts County in the playoffs tonight, so Slater getting a bit of friendly stick from all the other Nottingham-based fans, who, to be fair, don't have that much interest in Notts County, but they're still giving him plenty. Tong, not the longest run up on the county circuit. Serves it all for the delivery stride and that whip of the shoulder. Another one outside off, goes through to Verena. So it seems like a long over, but it began with a no ball, didn't it?
So are you guys playing like potential title winners, would you say?
I don't think they've won 2, drawn 3. They've certainly not been second best in any of the contests, I don't think, at any stage. Remains to be seen how good the draw at Taunton was in the first round of matches. This one goes through to the keeper. It did seem like they'd set it up again to be a high scoring draw, and that's pretty much how it turned out. The one at Trembridge last week, 2 good sides, Notts and Surrey, sort of cancelled each other out. And Warwickshire came to Trentbridge, to be fair, and they put a good score on the board, so that was a draw. But they've beaten Glamorgan. They've beaten the 2 promoted sides, actually, Glamorgan at home and Leicestershire away. They've played some good cricket. Again, they've done what they did last year, got everybody sort of in form early on. All of the top 6 have scored centuries, and I think we've had 5 different bowlers take 5-fers. So when you've got everybody sort of contributing like that, it's it's not leaving it to just 1 or 2 people to turn in the match-winning performances.
Fergus O'Neill to continue from the pavilion end. Hampshire 7 without loss. Batting on a very grassy-looking pitch.
Yeah.
O'Neill in again. And bowls, and Gubbins leaves that one alone. Outside of off stump. Not the tallest, O'Neill, but I know he's got a great record for you guys, isn't he? Can understand why he's come back to play for you.
Yeah, he's been the leading wicket taker in Australia the last 2 winters, plays for Victoria. A lot of people in his homeland feel he perhaps lacks a yard of pace to be truly top international class, but I think a lot of people think he will get an opportunity in the next year or 2.
In again, and bowls to Gubbins. A little closer to off stump, that's just about carried through to Verena. Was he 25 years of age? He's still got a little bit of time on his side, hasn't he?
Yeah. Took 21 wickets in 4 matches at the start of last season, was the leading wicket taker in the country when he had to go. They could only get him on sort of a month's work visa last year. He'd played so little cricket in total. That's all they could get him for, but snapped him up for the first part of this season.
And again, Gubbins on the back foot. Plays that back to the bowler. He's not the tallest though, is he?
No, he's not. He's not. In a sense, it was a shame that they've sort of ended up with 3 players they'd like to have all at the same time. You know, I think a little reluctantly Mo Abbas was allowed to move, because he was terrific, as you know, as you very well know. His debut, he got a 5 for at Trent Bridge against your side, Kevin. I mean, that was almost inevitable, wasn't it?
Funny. I've forgotten that. Here comes O'Neill. Gubbins thinks about having a play. Pulls the bat away, maybe a little too late. Yeah, 32 wickets at 21 last year for you guys. Fancy getting rid of the bowler that does that. I wonder who else has done that.
Certainly got an affinity to the East Midlands, hasn't he? He's now played Leicestershire, Notts and Derbyshire.
I must admit, I haven't looked at his... mind you, he got 5 wickets for Pakistan, didn't he, the other week?
Yeah, he's been away.
Against Bangladesh, didn't he?
Yeah.
But I haven't looked at his record for Derbyshire yet this season.
Going round the wicket.
Yes. To Gubbins, the left-hander. Gubbins tries to flick that away, gets grabbed on the pad. In fact, I'm going to have a look I'll quickly look now, actually. See what he's been doing.
They've not been eye-watering figures, actually. You know, the fact that Derbyshire have got about 5 ex-Notts players and they're only just down the road. I've sort of frequently had a bit of a look, and I was expecting him to be going through Division 2 sides with sort of the ease you'd expect, but it's not quite been as good as that.
7 at 40.
Yeah.
So Neil bowls and Gubbins leaves that one alone. End of the over. 3 overs gone here. Hampshire having been put into bat are 7 without loss.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Derbyshire aren't the side they were last year, when of course they were challenging all the way through right until the very end, when they lost a couple and Glamorgan won, I think, a big game between the two and pipped them for promotion. But they've started poorly this year. In Division 1, Leicestershire are batting away at Chelmsford. They've lost a wicket already. They're 17 for 1. Somerset at home to Sussex. Sussex, who would be top of the table, let's not forget, if they hadn't been docked those 12 points. They've had a good start to the season. But Somerset 8 without loss. Glamorgan, big winners last week, beating Somerset in Cardiff. They're 0 for 1 at Edgbaston as Tong starts his second over, bowls to the right-handed Albert, who just works it off his hip down to long leg and takes a single. Glamorgan 0 for 1 at Edgbaston. Yorkshire 10 without loss against Surrey. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 1 for 2 against Northants after a couple of overs. That's at Bristol. Kent are playing at Beckenham this week against Durham, 18 without loss. Worcestershire away at is it Southport, I think, this round of matches. Lancashire, Worcestershire, Southport. Worcestershire 13 without loss, and Middlesex 8 without loss against Derbyshire. Tong bowls nice and full. Gubbins, lovely clip through mid-wicket. Outfield a little sluggish, a little damp, and they'll only get a couple. I think once the sun's dried it out a little more, that would have gone for 4, but Ollie Stone chased after it. And the home side move on to 10 without loss in the 4th over.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins sort of back to his normal form this year after having, by his standards, a below par year. Has scored, in fact, with those runs this morning, he's close on 350 runs now this season, averaging 34.
Tong, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, wide enough to be left alone. I've got some apologies to do this morning, Kev, or an apology. I've got an email address. Only taken the best part of 20 years, but I've got an email address. Okay, so we've got a new device, and we've got an email address, bracecricket@icloud.com. Sincere apologies to the hundreds of people that sent emails through last week. I found them all in my junk folder in the couple of days off. This one is turned away again. This one is sweetly timed. That one will go for 4. Gubbins looking in good touch early on. moves to 7 and Hampshire 14 without loss. I don't know how you stop sort of random email, well, not random, that's the wrong phrase, but people you haven't communicated with before that want to get a point across from coming in and then disappearing in your junk mail folder. So to everybody that didn't get their point read out or whatever it was during the Surrey game, I've probably found you in the junk folder, so apologies. We'll have a look in there as well throughout this game. Tong on for 6 from the last couple of deliveries. This one's pushed back to the bowler, who tries to play keepy uppies and fails pretty miserably. Asiba Mead trots in and collects the ball. Ben Brown flipped the coin. Mead shouted tails, and match referee Phil Whittercase went off and confirmed it was a tail. Your man Robbie James and the tannoy out there with the microphone interviewing the two captains, getting the team news. I always like to see that. This one shapes away from Gubbins, goes through to the keeper. I think it's 14 without loss. It is, yes. It's only just gone up on the board, way to our left. 14, Albert 5, Gubbins 7, a Tong no ball as well. Early stages here. Day 1 at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire put into bat, going along nicely.
So while Dave sifts through his junk box, first email of the morning, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk from Stephen Clark. That will please him. Sometimes he misses out these the first one. Here we go again. Or here we are again, says Steve. The weather forecast looks a bit dubious for all 4 days. I doubt that we'll get a full day in on any of them. Wait and see, but I think we are set for some later. Here's Fergus O'Neill, bowls to Toby Albert, and Albert works it away on the onside and there's no run. What an eventful few days, says Stephen. The 50th anniversary of the Hampshire Cricket Society, with Mark Nicholas giving us a wonderful talk. That's right, yeah, enjoyed that. Frequently interspersed with some hilarious anecdotes. Did you enjoy it as much as Cherry and I did? Cherry's his wife. Yes, I did. It was good fun, yeah. During that, we had the news of Liam Dawson's retirement from the Red Ball game. Yeah. He was a marvellous servant of Hampshire, and I was given the honour of presenting him with the Fans Player of the Year award at the celebration dinner in 2024, left alone by Albert outside of the off stump. He afforded Cherry and me a lot of time for a chat. I know that we'll see him in the shorter competitions, but he's a great loss to the first-class team. Have a great day. Well, yes, I think he would be a loss to any side. Liam Dawson, difficult to replace. Hampshire, as I understand it, were a little bit blindsided by his announcement, and had to very, very quickly find a replacement, which is one Delano Potgieter. He's wrapped on the pad. Is that going down? No, it's not. He's out. First wicket of the morning, and Albert just stares up at the clouds. He's gone for 5, and Hampshire are 14 for 1.
Yeah, Ollie Stone made his long-awaited Nottinghamshire debut in this game a couple of years ago. Lost most of his first year with Notts, and then played a couple of years ago. Starting here, didn't play last year, now back at the Utilita Bowl, and just continuing his fine early season form. That's his 13th wicket for Notts already. Only Liam Patterson-White's taken more. It's pitched up. Just seeing another look on the monitor, and that looks very out. Alex Wharf, international umpire, just very quick to make his mind up, raised his left hand, and up came the finger, and Toby Albert goes for 5, not striking as early as the 5th over. I beg your pardon, I said Ollie Stone. It's Fergus O'Neill, of course. Fergus O'Neill bowling from the far end. It'll be good for the Australian, who didn't get a wicket in the match against Surrey last week. Apologies, everybody. O'Neill bowling from the far end. 14 for 1, halfway through the 5th.
Yeah, just nipped back a fraction on Toby Albert. Just got caught there a little bit, playing across it. It was good delivery. I was just thinking, actually, up until maybe that delivery, maybe a couple before, that this pitch, if it's anything like the Glamorgan pitch, and it certainly looks that way, that it is a wicket that you still need to pitch the ball up on. I think Tong, if anything, has just been bowling a few inches too short. I think we saw that with Ryan Hadley in the Glamorgan side. He was probably the one ineffective bowler, and yet he was their overseas bowler, because he was just banging it in a little bit too short of a length. This will be a pitch to once more pitch it up, and Fergus O'Neill has pitched that one up. It's seamed a little bit, and it's difficult for the batters to readjust. Number 3 is Fletcher Middleton, who's in for his second game of the season, coming in at 3. Tom Prest has dropped down to number 5. And Fletcher Middleton, who was a regular opening batter here, played in the last home game against Glamorgan, didn't play at Chelmsford. Here's Fergus O'Neill in the sunshine, bowls, and Middleton's on the back foot, pushes that out to extra cover. A very enthusiastic Hasib Hamid runs in.
He's got a decent record, I think, Fletcher Middleton, against Notts. There was a match 2 or 3 years ago where he got half centuries in each innings to guide your side over the line. He's played much of the last 4 or 5 meetings, certainly.
Here's O'Neill again. Middleton whips that away to mid-wicket. A few people in the fielding side got a little excited, probably played that from fairly straight.
Yeah. Plenty of support for the bowlers, as you normally get when a side gets an early wicket. Glamorgan 0 for 2 at Edgbaston. That's not the way you want to start things. Both openers, Ulasan and Tribe, have gone. Wickets for Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon Dolby. And they're in the 5th over as well, 0 for 2.
Middleton gets an inside edge onto the pad. A little bit of seam movement there for O'Neill. It's a wicket maiden. Hampshire find themselves 14 for 1, having been put in.
Yeah, so these two taking the new ball. It's still Ollie Stone, who I gave a mention to in that over. Lyndon James, and the spin option will be Liam Patterson-White. Of course, by this time last year, a couple of quite extraordinary things had happened at the start of this game. One, I'd lost a tooth at breakfast, but that was that was overshadowed by Team Sheet Gate. And if you remember, with the boards and everything showing that Farhan Ahmed was playing, though I had gone out for the toss and been told by the coaching staff and the players themselves that Dylan Pennington was playing in that match and Farhan wasn't. Farhan, if you remember, came out early on, not for batting, with change of gloves and what have you, in his training gear. Behind the scenes, all sorts were going on. As Tong starts a new over, Gubbins pushes this into the offside. There's no run. Notts had made a mistake with the team sheet and weren't allowed to change it. So Farhan played, Pennington didn't. I think the way the wicket flattened out, I don't actually think it was a match that had been too sorry about missing, but it was quite unusual. So rest assured, everybody was checking the team sheet this morning.
Most notably you.
Here's Tong. Where's 24? The England quick. This is forcing Gubbins to play from the crease. It was angled in, and I think Gubbins just waited for it to come onto the bat, pushed it out onto the offside. There's gardening going on at both ends. Not sure what Fletcher Middleton's seen from this end to go and do a bit of gardening, but he does. Piles of sawdust at each end. It is just a tad moist out there. Been a little bit of overnight rain, I think, but first thing I was aware of this morning was a chink of bright sunlight coming in through the curtains. This is taken by Verena, tumbling to his right. He's gone past the left-hander and then deviated the other way, so Verena had to drop to his right to take it.
The batsman coming forward on here, which is the right length. The last couple have been a good length.
Crowd well spread around the venue, as they normally are here. One of those areas where you can just sort of go and sit on your own, sit with a friend, cup of tea. Good views from everywhere, as this is pushed out to the Notts skipper Hamid in the offside. There's no run.
And you're staying in the hotel as well, Dave?
Yeah.
It's nice and easy, isn't it? It's an easy one.
Watched 1 or 2 golfers hitting it into the water first thing this morning. That tells you my view, doesn't it? But not that it matters. I can't exactly sit on the balcony and watch the cricket anyway, can I? But I've got a view of the back, the car park and the golf course. Not quite as bad as Old Trafford when you stay on the ground there and you're overlooking the bins at the back. There's Gubbins turning it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Get the wake-up call about 5 o'clock there as the dustbin lorry comes for the bins.
I've never stayed on that hotel. It doesn't come up on my list.
I've only had it a couple of times for that particular reason.
I've eaten there. It's all right. Food's all right.
So Nottinghamshire with the one change. McCann, who's at second slip in for Duckett. Got off to a decent start here. A wicket in the 5th over. Played just gone 25 minutes now as Tong bowls, and again the former Middlesex man Nick Gubbins lets this go through to the keeper. Hampshire 14 for 1. Better over from Josh Tong, a maiden. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10 to him. We've had 6 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham, Solent Sport, everywhere else you can find us on your smart speaker, and on the excellent Hampshire live stream.
Just noticed the umpire there, just having a look at Tong's follow through there for a moment.
Doesn't miss a lot, Steve O'Shaughnessy, does it?
Yes, we go back a long way, me and Sean.
Yeah.
England under-19 tour to the West Indies many moons ago. So, Toby Albert, the 1 wicket that has fallen for 5. Here's Fergus O'Neill looking for his 2nd wicket as he comes in and bowls. Fletcher gets wrapped on the pad, trying to tuck that away on the leg side. So Fletcher Middleton, who Dave's just read out that he did get a couple of half-centuries against Notts a little while ago. That was back in April 23. I think that was. Oh no, it might not. No, about 20. I don't know. It wasn't so long ago, was it? He had a good game, but he's fallen away a little bit, if I'm honest. He's lost his opening batting place, only averaged 27 last season. Needs to work hard to get it back. It's outside the off stump and left alone. He did get 100 against Notts' second 11 earlier in the season, in April.
It was the April game, I think it was. The April game was the one where we had to come out after tea with the scores tied. Hampshire needed 1 run. That was a very early season game, if you remember, and Tom Morse took the pads off and bowled the 1 ball with Stephen Mullaney as the wicket keeper.
Yeah. Actually, it was that game he got a couple of half-centuries. Yeah. That's pushed away on the onside off the front foot. You've got a good memory. I can't remember those things. Mark Nicholas, going back to that Hampshire Cricket Society do on Wednesday afternoon. Mark Nicholas told a couple of stories, and each time he was in the middle of it, he says, "Do you remember, J-Mo?" and I had to be honest, and I said, "No, I don't actually." These people have such good memories. I felt like I was ruining his stories. I didn't. He was very good, as you can imagine. He was very, very good. Former Hampshire captain, broadcaster. O'Neill comes in and bowls, and Middleton works that away to mid-wicket. O'Neill 1 for 4 into his 4th over here. He's already had Toby Albert LBW. Hampshire have made 5 changes to today's side from the side that lost to Essex at Chelmsford in 3 days last week. And we're going to have to get used to not seeing Liam Dawson in a Hampshire 4-day game from now on. As O'Neill comes in again and bowls, Middleton just pushes that good length ball back to the bowler.
You say you were blindsided a little bit. Do you think it was the Dawson decision? Do you think it was sort of almost the official confirmation with the announcement of the ECB squad for the New Zealand test that he wasn't in it? That okay, that's it.
Well, interesting, because I'll come back to that in a moment. Actually, as O'Neill comes in and bowls, Middleton is forward, pushes that up to wide mid-off. Michael Carberry's coming in alongside me while he gets mic'd up. I wasn't sure about that initially because the announcement, Liam Dawson's decision, went public just a few hours, wasn't it, or so, just after the announcement of the England squad for the first test. But my understanding is that he actually informed Hampshire after the game at Chelmsford. And hence why, when I had a chat with Delano Pothita this morning, that he got the call on the Monday morning to come and play for Hampshire. So of course that was all before the England squad was announced. So I'm guessing that whilst it looks one way, it sounds like it isn't. Good morning, Mr. Carberry.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody.
Good to have you back.
Great to be back. Great to be back as Josh Tongue bowls to Nick Gubbins, a wide half volley, slashes that one away through cover point for 4. He's off and running. It's 14 for 1.
How do you feel about Liam Dawson not playing anymore? 4-day cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, you know, like everybody, I suppose, when I saw the news, it was a little bit of a surprise. But knowing Liam in the way that I do, very close to him, the family, you know, I know, you know, it was something he's been thinking about for a while. So Tongue again to Gubbins leaves that one alone. I think, you know, he's someone, he has a lot of pride in his performance. He always has been. He's always strived for higher highs, and you know, this season he hasn't been able to hit those standards that we've been accustomed to. The team also has struggled as well. So I think, you know, all in all, it takes a lot of energy. As you know, as you get older, it gets, you know, the game gets a little bit harder mentally, and I think, you know, he himself, you know, he would have no doubt had a chat with his family. As Tongue comes in again to Gubbins, full length ball pushed away into mid-on. And you know, I always believe, you know, it's a great saying I heard once, you when you retire, I think you want people saying, why did you retire, as opposed to why don't you retire? You know, you feel it, I guess, you know, you're just off your very best. And I think that's always been my view of Liam. He, you know, he wants to be at his very best, and if he felt he couldn't do that, then I think it's the right decision.
Yeah.
As Tongue comes in again to Gubbins, past the umpire, for that one just pushed down the leg side, missed out by Gubbins. Probably felt missed out on a 4 there. Tongue just getting his line wrong, but good carry on this green pitch, as you would expect when Josh Tongue is on. He's going to be, no doubt, you know, on view here. You know, very, very pacey bowler, slightly unusual, sort of bowls almost the wrong side of it, doesn't he?
Seems to lean over towards the Gubbins' leg side.
That's the one, yeah. So he comes in again to Gubbins again. Oh, that one way down the leg side, past Verena. He had no chance. He didn't even bother with the dive. And that's a welcome 4 byes for Hampshire.
Wow. You're right, yeah, very similar to Ben Stokes, isn't it? It's like they come over and lean away. Yeah, to the leg side a bit.
So, yeah, Mornay, Morkel, those kind of bowlers, very effective. It can be quite hard work to left-handers because you always feel the ball's coming in, but they somehow get the wrong side of it and force you to sort of play at balls you don't always have to. But I think with Tongue, he's quite unusual in the fact he can also swing the ball back in with that action as well. So quite useful skill to have. I sort of remember him knocking over Usman Khawaja at Lord's with one that really came back. I think Usman expected everything away and from round the wicket, and it sort of cut back sharply. Very good bowler, but not quite got the radar right at the moment. But in he comes again to Gubbins, and that one again, there's excitement from behind the slip corner there. They thought they'd got through, but Gubbins safely negotiated that one, and that's the end of the over. That's 22 for 1 off 8 overs.
Again, it's that length, isn't it? Getting the batters coming forward.
Yeah, I think probably early on, I think Tongue, you know, I agree with a couple of comments he made earlier, that just bowled maybe a fraction, that bowled that tall man's length, and on this pitch is almost useless, really. I think you've got to be brave, you've got to pitch the ball almost half a yard fuller than what you'd be used to, and accept that you're going to get driven on this pitch. But equally, as we saw with Toby Alba, if you get that ball up there, it might be effective.
It was a good delivery from O'Neill, who starts a new over, and Middleton's forward. It hits the outside half of the bat as it goes out towards backward of point. Bill Cullingham's on the emails. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and Bill says, playing knots got me thinking about Mo Abbas. Well, we briefly talked about him earlier, and his recent Test fifer, and we mentioned that against Bangladesh. I wonder what your counterpart from Notts, well, he's off at the moment, feels about his contributions to their championship win last year. Still stuck at home, says Bill. Well, we mentioned his stats last year, Mr. Abbas, and he got 5 wickets against Hampshire. We sort of rubbed it in a little bit as it's played back to the bowler. 32 wickets at 21, which is a major contribution in the matches that he played.
Yeah, fine bowler. Still doing it.
Yeah. Maybe not quite so much for Derby at the moment, but it's early days. And I do mention it here when his last year here a couple of seasons ago that, you know, the first sort of third of the season or so he didn't look himself, if I'm honest, which did make things difficult about making a decision. Middleton's off the back foot, works that up to wide mid-off. Hamid is the fielder. As the season wore on, he then did get back more to what we know him, and he was bowling well second half of the season. But you know, that sort of first half of the season, for Mo, he looked a bit ordinary, to be honest, which you know, it doesn't help when you've got to make decisions on players and you've got to maybe make an early call.
Yeah, well, I suppose when you look at him, his style of bowling, I mean, you say him at 60%, it's still better than most people's, isn't it?
True. O'Neill's in. Middleton is working that wide of mid-on. Still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 13 deliveries. Yeah, that's right. An 80% Mo is okay, but yeah, I mean, you know, that's.
But you can understand, yeah, if you feel he's someone who's just slightly off,
yeah,
what you would like.
I think at his pace as well, isn't it? If it's not quite happening, it's. Yeah. But when it is happening, yeah, I think he might have enjoyed this pitch and the one against Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago. O'Neill bowled. Oh, has he edged that one through to the keeper? They're all up, and yes, he has. And Middleton again is one that's just standing there. It looked like he pulled the bat away, but obviously didn't pull it away quickly enough. And he's caught by very end. The ball's died on the keeper. It's a good catch, and Middleton goes for a duck.
Yeah, I feel Fletcher Middleton might be a little bit unlucky there. I didn't get the impression that he got a scratch on that one, and neither does he. But unfortunately, his opinion and mine don't count. It's the umpires. But say probably not the best of shots really on this pitch. You know, early on as number 3, you want to be sort of leaving those alone early on, just fishing outside off stump a little bit. But he's gone for 0, unfortunately, on his return to the first team. Yes,
and it's difficult, isn't it, when you're only playing the odd game and you've got to sort of make your mark. 5 and 23 here in the defeat against Glamorgan, and yeah, his second chance this year to establish himself back in the side. Just watch this again if you're on the live picture feed. See what Michael Carberry has said there. It's fairly wideish, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so as an opener number 3, you want to be, you know, that's not a ball really that should threaten you. It's 6 inches, 8 inches outside off stump, back of a length, you know, just. And I've always said with Fletcher Middleton's sort of setup, he's predominantly a leg side dominant play. You know, for me, I've said time and time again, with those setups, you can't really be looking to play outside off stump. You know, the angles just don't work for me. I think he's got to be, and that's maybe, you know, some of the struggles he's had over the years, where he's struggled for that consistency. I don't think he's, you know, that penny's finally dropped. That, you know, look, stick to what you're good at. You know, there's been many, as we know, many good leg side players, but I think when you're opening up the top, you've got to factor in that in Division 1 in particular. You know, there's bowlers that are going to be on top of your off stump more often than not, so you've got to find a way, whether that's doing a bit of tinkering in the winter, you know, always searching for that improvement, or, as I say, you've got to stick to your guns.
Yeah. Well, Fletcher Middleton was out in Australia playing club cricket out there. By all accounts, he had a pretty decent time of it, but first team cricket, county cricket, is a different kettle of fish. Jake Lehman is in, and he pushes O'Neill out square on the offside. And Fergus O'Neill has a second wicket maiden to his name. 5 overs, 2 for 4. Good start for him. Good start for Notts, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. And Hampshire, who, as we mentioned up top, and a couple of times since then, have made 5 changes to their side, bottom of the table, and it really is a tough time for all connected with the club at the moment, and they find themselves 22 for 2, and there's no let up.
Yeah, they say when it rains it pours. I mean, obviously, look, as an ex-player here, it's sad to see. But look, yeah, I suppose the whole Liam Dawson situation, I guess the club really should have been forward planning either way, because I mean he's 37 now, I believe. So, you know, those decisions were going to come at some point. You know, Kyle Abbott will be another one, I'm sure, in the next however long year or so, would be thinking about the same thing. So, you know, really they should be succession planning anyway. Who are they going to invest in over the next couple of years? Who do they need to bring in potentially? All these questions as Ollie Stone replaces Josh Tong. And again, bang on the money, right on top of off stump. Gubbins nicely forward, pushing that out to backward point. And I'm glad to see Ollie Stone back. He's someone that I've always thought had a lot of talent, a lot of pace as well when he gets it right, but always just struggled a bit with his body. But when he's on song,
good pace, isn't he?
He can bowl quickly.
Yeah, playing his 4th match of this year's campaign. 12 wickets at 26, already has a 5 under his belt.
Absolutely. He steams in again to Gubbins, and that one's short length, and that's beaten Gubbins for a bit of pace. He was sort of half cramped, short ball that he tried to sort of pull away there, and it's almost hit the gloves, it looked like. Didn't look like he was fully in control, but gets away with it. And that's what I'm saying, that's about the pace, isn't it? Suddenly that extra 5-10 mile an hour makes the difference, and that's what Ollie Stone can bring.
Yeah, didn't play any matches for Notts last year in the Championship. Yeah, has had his injury problems, hasn't he? But still only 32.
Still a baby, isn't he?
Well, compared to me, it's maybe not so young for you.
To me as well, mate. That would be very kind. But it is good to see him back, I've got to say. It is good to see some pace in county cricket. So he comes in again down to the quirky Lehman, who, I don't know what sort of shot that describe that. He's almost scooped that over backward point. It wasn't in great position, but he sort of just held himself, sort of Shivnarine Chanderpaul-esque, and sort of guided it over sort of forced slip. Not particularly great shot.
It was a very open bat, wasn't it? I mean, it was almost like, you're right, maybe it looked like he was placing it, but at the same time it looked a risky shot.
Yeah, it's not a particularly great shot when you've just lost a wicket and your second ball at the crease. Anyway, gets away with it. Stone comes in again to Lehman. That one hits the body, Lehman's shoulders, arms, and that's what's going to be called there, dead ball. No shot offered.
Yeah, Lehman had a sneaky look back there, didn't he? Yeah.
Start running down the wicket.
But it's, yeah, I mean, we said at the start that, I mean, Notts have a great pace attack, there's no doubt about it. They've got a very good batting attack, hence why they're top of the league and they're defending champions. But there is still a length to bowl on this pitch, and it's one that Ollie Stone is also going to have to learn, isn't it? Yes, he bangs it in, and yes, he's quick, but you know, there is still an optimum length on this pitch.
Absolutely. And he comes again, pass the umpire to Lehman. Yeah, and that's that length we're talking about. You know, it's quite comfortable for Lehman, who's brought up on obviously quick, fast bouncing pitches in Australia. It's quite a comfortable length in England. You know, that hip high, you want to be sort of targeting more around the knee roll, even fuller than that. You know, got to roll the dice in terms of being driven at times, but you know you've got your slips in place. There is movement if you put the ball in the right area. And with the pace as well, batters naturally just hang back that little bit, expecting of that short ball. Stone in again, past the umpire to Lehman. Again, that short of a length ball. Lehman able to ride the bounce quite nicely there, dabbing it into the gully region for no run.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Even though it's a greenish pitch, and you know they are trying to get a bit more pace in these pitches, that ball short of a length still isn't really racing through, is it?
No, I mean, batting here for many years, I've always felt. I mean, bear in mind that was my onion, wasn't it? I mean, the pull shot was a shot that I suppose I was famous for, I suppose, if you like.
Yeah.
You know, I liked taking on the short ball. I've always felt it was a comfortable length here. I think if bowlers who were prepared to pitch the ball up and almost tempt you into the drive early on, I always felt were were potent bowlers. I mean, I played with one of the best here for many years, Dimi Mascarenas. You know, wasn't of great pace as we know, but used to be just metronomic, hitting that length, knee roll, little bit of nip, and used to get a lot of wickets.
O'Neill around the wicket to Gubbins, who's forward, plays defensively.
I mean, we you know, for many games, didn't we? We had that same criticism of Cody Youssef, didn't we? We said, look, yes, the pace is there and it looks fantastic, the ball carrying through, but it's a very South African length, you know, short of a length. Whereas here, you know, you've got to pitch the ball up, use that new ball.
Yep, Cody Youssef, one of 5 players who have missed out for Hampshire in this game, being replaced by his Gotang teammate. Come to that in a minute as O'Neill bowls to Gubbins. He wants a quick single, but it's gone out to point. There isn't one there. Delano Pothita, had a quick chat with him this morning. Learnt of his potential Hampshire involvement on the Monday of this week. And he quickly got everything together, and he arrived by plane on the Wednesday. Had his first practice session yesterday, so it's all happened rather quickly, and it's all come about because of Liam Dawson's decision. That's outside the off stump and left alone. Yes, Liam Dawson's decision was announced on Wednesday, but as I understand it, Hampshire learnt of his decision after the game at Chelmsford, hence why Pothita got the call the following day. So Hampshire were basically forced into finding a replacement for Dawson pretty quickly. The reason why perhaps it's not another spinner, although Felix Organ is into the side as the spinner, as O'Neill comes in again around the wicket. Gubbins cuts that away. First short and wide delivery from O'Neill, and Gubbins is quickly onto it. Played that nicely. So the ball's gone down the tunnel area here at the Utilita. 16 Gubbins moves on to 31 for 2. Is that I think Hampshire are very much mindful of the tail, you know, the long tail that they have with the bowlers coming in low down. They want to make sure that they've still got an all-rounder coming in lower middle order.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big hole to fill, isn't it? I mean, you're talking of what? I was just looking at some of the stats here: 10,000 runs, 1700s.
O'Neill's into Gubbins once more. Gubbins pulls that away on the leg side this time. It will be fielded just below us. I wonder what was going on there for a minute. He kept it down to 1, Ollie Stone.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive figures, isn't it? 10,000 plus runs, 350 wickets, 1700s. You know, you're not going to replace that straight away.
No, you're not. No, he's been a great servant for a number of years. Yes, he hasn't quite been up to his normal level this year, but we're only talking of 5 games. That could have quite easily have changed around. Well, we're talking about Liam Dawson. I've got an email here. As O'Neill's in, Lehman gets wrapped on the pad. He's out as well, LBW. And the 3rd wicket has fallen, and O'Neill has picked up his 3rd wicket. And initially it looked like it was going down the leg side. Just watch this again on the picture feed. Oh, it's out, isn't he? I mean, he's stepping across his stumps, which he does. He's playing across that one. Hampshire again in trouble at 32 for 3.
Yeah, it's not going to. This is not going to plan at all. Hampshire, it's going from bad to worse, really, and this was always I suppose the worry with Jake Lehman's technique. He does walk across all 3, but in doing so, you've got to make sure that you hit those, unfortunately, and you're looking to work that to square leg. That's not a good option in England, I'm afraid. Very, very poor way to get out for an experienced player. And he's back in the sheds as well. 32 for 3 off 11.
So Talby Alberts, LBW to O'Neill for 5. Fletcher Middleton caught behind off O'Neill for no score. And O'Neill has just picked up Lehman for 4. So, yeah, good decision to put Hampshire in. And Hampshire's frailties and a lack of confidence is once more showing through. Now, I'll just come back to that email. We're talking about Liam Dawson from an A. Oakley. That's what it says. Good morning. So the Hampshire fans have been crying out for change, which has happened, but still no Ali Orr. That's an interesting one as well, isn't it? I know he was involved in a long chat this morning, which is a surprise, assuming he's fit and available, and I don't know that for sure. It was a shock to hear about Dawson. I met him a few years ago as he presented the awards to our youth teams at our club in Alton. A very down-to-earth man, and it was good to hear some of his stories. Good luck to him. Hampshire will need to bat well, but as I write, Albert's out again. Hopefully we can hang in there, keep up the good work. Well, obviously 2 more wickets have fallen, so yeah, and we've only had, what, 50 minutes of play.
Yeah, it's not been good. I've got to be honest.
Not so good. So Tom Prest, who was batting 3 for the whole of this season, has dropped down to number 5. He's at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, Stone comes into Gubbins, who's driving nicely. Stopped by Hamida, wide-ish mid-off, no run. Yeah, Hampshire need a partnership. No doubt about that. It's been all nuts this morning. Bar 1 or 2 stray deliveries, they've been generally on the money, and they've exposed some frailties in the batting again from Hampshire. Ollie Stone be looking for his first wicket now as he begins his run into the wicket, past the umpire into Gubbins, who's punched that one off nicely off his hip. That's well stopped at square leg. Just be the single. Gubbins has looked good so far.
Yes, he has, yes. He's going to need to do it. Well, I mean, basically him, Lehman and Brown have done all the batting legwork for Hampshire this season, so it looks like we're going to be relying on Gubbins and Brown once more at the moment, unless 1 or 2 others chip in. Tom Prest this season, 266 runs at 26 apiece, and it started reasonably well for him, but it just seems to have dropped away a little bit. He didn't have a great year last year, and he averaged 26 last year, so yes, needs to get those numbers up.
Yep. Stone in again to Press, first ball. So not convincing, played convincingly altogether, that one either. Yeah, I mean that's the problem, isn't it, with Hampshire at the moment? I guess when you're trying to, not say stay. I never like using the phrase "stay up" in the division, but you're looking to start the season with optimism, looking to win. But you know you've got a lot of your top order under 30, averaging under 30, and you're not going to win anything with that. I mean, those numbers have to improve. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the game we play. Stone in again to Prest. Full of a length outside off stump, pressed nicely forward. There's a bit of excitement, as you can imagine, from behind the slips. Everyone's buoyant.
Yeah, that's the length though, isn't it? Getting the batters forward, even at Stone's pace.
Yeah, I think it's probably more important because of Stone's pace. As I said, batters naturally, you fast men are on you. Probably a little bit more on the back foot early on. You're looking for that short of a length ball, but because of that, you can expose someone not quite getting far enough forward, bring those stumps and front pad and outside edge into play as he comes in past the umpire again to Press, who guides that one nicely, back of a length. Could be a few here, could run away for 4. Just fielder hauls it in, just going to be 2. But yeah, you want someone like Ollie Stone to just sit in on that full length, get someone like Press driving. He's left huge gaps through cover for him to aim at, hopefully bring in one of those 3 slips that he's adopting at the moment.
Now, is O'Neill going to get another over, do you think? He's already bowled 6 overs.
Well, I think why not? Why not? He's a man in form at the moment. He's probably the one bowler that has bowled consistently the right length, so I would see maybe give him another 1 or 2, see if he can get Hampshire 5 down. Press leaves that one well alone outside off stump through to keeper Varane, and that's the end of another over. But I'd be tempted to give him another 1 or 2 overs for sure. So score now moves on to 35 for 3. Gubbins, the man, 18 not out. He's got to hold things together, you feel. He's got his young partner at the other end, Tom Prest, who's just fresh to the crease, just on 2. And it is to be O'Neill. Good call, Captain James.
Never did captain. That was just a lucky guess. 3 for 9 from 6 for Fergus O'Neill, and he's in, and there's a lovely drive off the front foot from Nick Gubbins. We're going to savour that from the moment, because that's comfortably the shot of the morning.
Beautiful shot from Nick Gubbins. So O'Neill adopting round the wicket, just lent on that one. And again, you know, I don't think if I was not, I wouldn't mind that too much. As I say, that's sort of the length you want. You want these batters sort of coming forward. You don't want them sitting back on this easy pace pitch. Again, I'm a little bit surprised. Again, he got a deep cover back at this stage, 30, 35, 39 for 3. Very, very interesting field position there. Surely he wouldn't be putting Hampshire under pressure at this stage.
True. Here's O'Neill to Gubbins once more. Gubbins gets a length ball, plays that up to mid-on. Dave's got this email which he wants me to read out because it sort of refers to a couple of issues down here from Shay Seaborn. Hoping to see some early wickets, watching from West Bridgeford. That's near the ground, isn't it? Near Trent Bridge. Wondering if you might compare notes regarding Trent Bridge and the Utilita Bowl. A few of us were discussing having in-ground earpieces at Notts the other week. Is that what they do at the Bowl? Yes, they do. It's on at the moment. Gubbins pushes forward, gets wrapped on the pad, but he looks quite well forward. Not out, says the umpire. Would be the cherry on the top of the cake of the brilliant coverage from Notts. Well, they do it here, and it seems to have gone well for a couple of seasons. You just buy an earpiece here, as much as I understand it. You buy an earpiece from here, which is not much. And then when the battery runs out, I know last year the club, if you go into the club shop, they just replace the battery for you. Doesn't cost you anything. And whether they're still doing that, I don't know, but I've not heard anything to the contrary. As O'Neill comes in again and bowls, Gubbins on the back foot, works it up to mid-on. There's another paragraph here. Secondly, as another 100 county, how are you supporters feeling? Or how are the supporters feeling? I was at the members forum with our CEO Richard Kenyon and others last week, and I think tensions are easing actually, as there is lots to be thankful for. Yeah, that's right. If you've got a 100 franchise, I think you don't have too much to worry about, I don't think. How are things there? There are many Notts members like myself, by the way, who like the 100. We love the 100, don't we, Carbs?
Yeah, so
You do lots of work at the 100.
I have, yeah.
He's over the wicket to Gubbins. He pushes forward. So yes, I think we're all very lucky here with the 100, and I'm sure it sounds like they're all the same up at Trent Bridge. And yeah, get yourself some in-ground commentary, because Dave Bracegirdle is somebody not to be missed. You're missing out if you're on the ground and you don't hear his commentary. I tune into Dave on my days off.
Absolutely. Legend of the game, isn't he?
So he tells me. Last ball of this over, 39 for 3. O'Neill's around the wicket this time to Gubbins, down the leg side, and there's a half shout. I think that's flicked the pad. 39 for 3. Shall I do another over and then bring Dave in? Oh, he's got his 12 o'clock to do, so I'll keep going.
Yeah, so Hampshire move merrily on, 39 for 3. Gubbins to 22 off 39 balls. And it doesn't get any easier. Ollie Stone comes on for yet another over.
I think one thing as a batter out there, you'd be thinking, I think Fergus O'Neill will be off now. I can't believe he's going to bowl more than 7, is he?
I think probably after that last ball, he looked probably a little bit tired towards the end. He wouldn't be surprised if you see a swapsies at the other end, maybe Tong from the other end, have a blast. Stone begins his over into Prest. It's nicely behind that, full of a length ball. Honing in on sort of off stump. Played up to mid-on for no run.
Yes, it's so important that some of these batters now for Hampshire just start showing something, because it's, you know, everybody, you know, it is a bit of a worry, isn't it? You know, you talk to supporters, you talk to fans around, you know, and they're all worried for the team at the moment.
Yeah. Stone comes in again, past the umpire to Prest. It's half forward and eases that one, and it's through. Looks like just fielder dived over the top of that one, squirted away down to third man for 2. Yeah, I suppose rightly so. Really, you'd say why the supporters are concerned. I mean, the results haven't been good at all. I mean, I've been on with you a couple of times this season, and you know, we've both sat here and, you know, we've been worried as well from what we've seen. And I think for me that dated back to last year, and a couple of games I was fortunate to do with you last year, and I felt there was, you know, for me there were concerns then. So yeah, they've got some thinking to do. Ollie Stone comes into press. That's a nice delivery outside of stump, well left alone from Prest, showing good discipline.
I mean, clearly the Liam Dawson announcement sort of threw them. I mean, you know, there's a bit of a backstory to that as well. You know, he was very close to packing 4-day cricket in at the end of last season when it looked like Hampshire were going down. I remember that Saturday morning, and for all intents and purposes they were going down, and I think then Liam was sort of all for packing it in. But of course a few hours later Durham kept Hampshire in Division 1, and he had a bit of a change of heart.
Stone in again to Press, who's leaning forward. Again, no run. Again, Stone finding that good length that we talked about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's said, look, I'm not trying to kick anyone while they're down, but you know, I think again, my question would be to the Hampshire think tank, the management, in that, look, whether it happened last year, this year, next year, they should have been succession planning at some stage, that, you know, someone is sort of ready to go, a left arm spinner of to some degree is ready to go for that day that Liam was going to call it a day. That's nicely left by Press. That was a great delivery from Ollie Stone. Again, seeing that carry through to Varane. Yeah, you know, Kyle Abbott, as I said, will be someone who will be having similar conversations in the next however long, you know, year to 2 years, we don't know. But there has to be succession planning. You know, I think you shouldn't be surprised. They shouldn't have been surprised. What I'm saying, in terms of Liam thinking about, you know, and maybe those because those conversations, I believe, were being had last year, that you should have been, you know, should have been aware of that. It's a terrible shot from Press outside off stump, just hanging the bat outside, no real conviction there, just drawn in again to a ball that should really be leaving alone on the pitch like this. That's a good end to the over from Ollie Stone.
I'd be surprised if we get a replay of that one.
Yeah, let's not. But yeah, because what I say, getting back to my point with Liam Dawson, I think because those, for me, that would have been the sort of red light moment, you know, just to say, right, okay, well, we need to either import someone in, or, you know, who's teaching the spinners. I don't believe there is a spin coach at the club, which I find incredible. You know, who's helping the Felix Organs, those players, those young players.
Right, Fergus O'Neill is carrying on, so that gives my theory no credence at all. Into his 8th over. Garbs, I'm going to get you to come this side, if that's all right, and Dave Bracegirdle is going to come in alongside Michael Carberry to take you through the rest of this over. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good afternoon, everybody. Morning has ticked along into afternoon. O'Neill has bowled since the start from the far end, and bowls to Nick Gubbins, who's been there since the very start. He's 22, not out. Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon, my friend. Nice to have you back. It's been a long time since we worked together.
Was it last season or the season before?
Yeah,
it was last season.
Yeah.
The Kookaburra game.
Yeah.
We shan't mention those again.
No.
You missed out on a bit of that, didn't you?
Oh, mate, I was born in the wrong era.
That'd have been very nice. Battle, Dave. O'Neill from the far end bowls, and Gubbins deflects this down towards the long leg, and it's not gone that far. Verena goes and chases after it. Troubled times, they say, in this part of the world. I can't believe Hampshire, come September, will be in the bottom 2, but everybody's telling me you're delusional, Dave.
Well, I mean, it's not begun well. I don't think anyone's hiding behind that fact, and sometimes, look, you know, I think based on last year, where really and truly Hampshire should have gone down, so I think it was sort of on the horizons. They've lost a lot of experience, given their due.
It's O'Neill in again. He's got all 3 wickets so far, bowling to Prest, who eases this into the offside.
You know, they've lost virtually a whole bowling attack. They've lost key batters, James Vince, over the last couple of years. Liam Dawson more recent, as we've spoken about in the last few days. So there's a big holes to fill.
You mentioned James Vince there. I don't know if Kev's actually mentioned James Vince this morning. He's not even playing, and he's had a good morning, James Vince. As O'Neill bowls and very nearly fiddles at that one. He has been inducted into the T20 Hall of Fame this morning. I don't know if you've seen that, Michael. The first 4 inductees into the T20 Hall of Fame. 2 women, 2 men, Charlotte Edwards and Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Ravi Bopara and James Vince.
Very impressive.
The likes of I think Samit Patel and Danny Briggs in particular. I think they were also nominated, but didn't get in this time. There's Fergus O'Neill once more to Prest. Works this up to mid-on, end of the over. 42 for 3 here at the Utilita Bowl. Notts winning the toss, asking the home side to bat first. Got a great record of getting to finals days. I know Hampshire have, I think they've won joint most, haven't they, with Leicestershire, but just getting to finals days year after year after year, and a lot of that was obviously under James Vince.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we say very lucky we found our formula, as if you like. We had some excellent players that knew their role, and I think we had a good blend of youth and experience as well. But especially getting out the South Division, always felt like playing every game was a final. Everyone was multiple winners at some point. As Ollie Stone begins another over round the wicket, this time to the left-handed Gubbins. Nudges that one into mid-wicket. But yeah, I know it's a record that the club is very, very proud of, and rightly so.
I don't know if it was a voting thing or who the panel was that elected it, or whatever, but certainly they've been 2 of the stalwarts of the first, whatever it is, 22, 23 years of the domestic T20 blast. I'd say Samit and Danny Briggs a little unlucky, but hopefully they can get in next time.
Ollie Stone honing in on that middle stump line. Gubbins playing it nicely though. Just looked in good touch.
Nick Morrell, that 3rd wicket, your Hans colleague, had it absolutely bang on. Just aim for the knee roll on here. I don't know if that was you or Kev, or probably both. Aim for the knee roll.
Can't go wrong. Top of off.
Ian East, you might have signed Mo Abbas, but we had Brett Hampton. We think we won that one. I suspect a bit of tongue-in-cheek there from Ian.
Ollie Stone into Nick Gubbins at one short of a length this time. Gubbins on the back foot.
Fergus O'Neill, your colleague was talking about Fergus O'Neill's height. This is from Russell Wolfe. At the Surrey game, I had the opportunity to chat to Fergus when fielding on the boundary. I pointed out that according to Playfair, he'd grown 2 inches from 6'2" to 6'4", despite being neither. His reply was, by the time I finish bowling on here, I'll be 5'10".
That's what I was going to say.
What a great bloke he is. Great to see him signing for a longer stint with Notts, Russell. Thank you, Russell.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait till you play the full stint of county cricket, mate. You'll be 5'5". Stone comes in again to Gubbins. Oh, and that one very, very close. Gubbins keeping that one out. Stone thought he was through there. Threw the hands up in the air.
Brace cricket at iCloud.com. Now we've got this thing working, and I remember to look in the junk folder from time to time. Oh, I was sick, because there was some really good things we were talking about and whatever, and I was just sort of going through this tablet, which I'm using only for cricket, and then junk folder. There's about 100 and whatever emails in there. So apologies everybody if you took the trouble to get involved with the nonsense last week and didn't get read out.
Stone in again to Gubbins. Oh, and that one again. Zeroing in on that pad. Gubbins just jamming down quickly on that one. Squirts away to deep square leg for a single. Gets off strike. He's looked good, Ollie Stone, so far.
Yeah, he's fit, and like I said at the start, it's almost like a new signing. They just couldn't get him. Well, it wasn't a case they couldn't get him on the park. got to the stage where he needed knee surgery just to try and sort it out once and for all, and that happened last April 25. So he only came back and was fit enough right towards the end of the season, but not by then had got sort of the solid base, and they let him go to Middlesex. He played right at the end of the season, one game for Middlesex on loan last year.
And he comes now to the right-handed press. Again, he's pushing that one out to deep cover, which is interesting field placement. I don't know if that's to keep pressed on strike for the next over, but it's done the trick anyway.
Had you been appointed the new national selector, would you have been banging the Sonny Baker drum? Is he ready?
Personally, I think they're rushing him. I would like to see Sonny Baker have a full year of. For me personally, I think if we've made this mistake before with Sonny Baker rushing him into the one-day setup, he took some stick. Now, he is a much improved bowler since then. I've certainly been wax lyrical about him this season. I think he's really improved as a bowler, but I'm not sure 5 championship games proves to me you're an international bowler just yet. So I'm going to say no at this stage. I still would have liked to, England just to leave him alone for a year or so, let him learn his trade.
Bowling change. Lyndon James into the attack. First ball to Prest, has Prest leaning forward, and that one just comes off the outside edge, runs to backward point. Sam Seacher on as a sub-fielder at backward point. Not sure who's just popped off. Might have been Fergus O'Neill. I think it is the Australian. Yes, young players, let them bowl. Let them bowl. It's no good carrying drinks. I mean, they might take a punt on him and he might get a game and, adapt to Test cricket straight away. But I guess the general feeling is he might have to work for his place. As Prest pushes this one up to Hamid, partially stopped by the bowler, and it remains 44 for 3 Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I want Sonny Baker to do well. I mean, but I think with the England hierarchy, they seem to want to be repeatedly punched in the face and not listen to what's going on. You've picked him too early before and it didn't work, and I think these things can set players back.
James bowls clipped away. It was in the air for a while. I think square leg umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, had he wished to, might have stuck out a left arm and had an attempt at catching it, but nobody there in Nottinghamshire white, and it's sped away for 4. It's a little bit of a freebie, wasn't it, on the hips, and clipped it away. Press goes to 9, Hampshire 48 for 3.
Yeah, Linda Dames just looking a little bit stiff at the moment. There's what you call the old loosener. Got a lock in here.
Got a 5 for against Hampshire at Trembridge last year. Strikes him on the pad here, asking. This one's not been given. Alex Wolf's given a couple this morning. Doesn't mean to say that he'll give any more or he won't give any more, but on this occasion, a little shake of the head. Drifting down?
Yeah, and probably there's a little bit of height, I think. But yeah, probably just sliding. But that's the area I think James has got to hone in on. He's got to follow the good work O'Neill has built up that end. Keep targeting those stumps and knee roll.
Comes in again from the Bransgrove Pavilion end and bowls to Prest. Can't resist the urge to say he presses forward, but he does, and plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Mead doing the fielding.
Yeah, he's just got to keep targeting Tom Press here. He's got a slight inclination to play around the ball. And again, similar to some of his top order, just not playing straight enough at the moment.
Comes the fair-haired, tall Lyndon James. Bowls. Again, it seemed to strike him amidships there, maybe going over the top. There was certainly no appeal. End of an over that improved as it went along. Hampshire 48 for 3. Still to come, Ben Brown, the skipper, in at 6, and then Kev's already chatted to him, so we'll go with Delano. Pot Heater, as I think Kev's calling him. Felix Organ, who got a century in this game last year. Kyle Abbott, Brad Wheel, and Sonny Baker.
Yeah, we don't know too much about Pot Heater's batting at this stage, but Ben Brown's going to be a key for me, the skipper. It's the only one really that's say, along with Jake Lehman, who's already out, has consistently sort of performed with the bat, really.
Took his pads off last year in this game on the last day and bowled about 6 or 7 overs of slow left arm. That was the state we'd got to.
Good old Kookaburra experiment, eh? Solly Stone. He comes in again in another over around the wicket to Gubbins, and a ball just around off stump, probably just a bit short in length, but Gubbins leaving that one well alone.
You know as well as anybody, Michael, I think you win the toss, you stick somebody in, you're looking for 3 wickets in that first session, aren't you, before lunch, and you get them within the first sort of 45-50 minutes, as Notts did. I don't know, maybe the intensity's just dropped off a little bit, but you've got to be greedy, haven't you, and really push on and try and get 1 or 2 more. They could break the back of this innings in this session.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'll make a point in a minute as Stone comes in again to... Wow, that's a pacey delivery from Solly Stone. That almost ran off his feet. Wowzers. So, good thing that was 6 inches wide of the left-hander Gubbins. Yeah, it seems to be a theme in cricket nowadays. The more I watch, in that teams get the batting team in trouble, and then they suddenly go to what can be perceived as sort of defensive fields. As I said, it was deep cover back when you've got the opposition in trouble. I mean, that's a team, like you say, that's a time to really drive the knife in. So, Stone comes in again to Gubbins, who's behind that one. You don't want to let anybody get comfortable. I think that's the key message, especially in Division 1. When you've got a team down, you want to make sure you keep them down. You can, by being that little bit more on the front foot in terms of tactics, you can have them, especially Hampshire at the moment, the confidence is so low, you can have them 4 or 5 down by lunch potentially, and you're getting into the sort of lower tail bowlers. You're right in there. Stone in again to Gubbins, again being very, very disciplined outside off stump. He's not being lured in at the moment, Nick Gubbins, although tempting.
Seen it all before, hasn't he? Vastly experienced. Luke Atkinson says, I've had worse days at work. I've got the cricket on the radio. Come on, Notts, he says. Alan Surrey's tuned in, listening. So too one of our regulars, T. Good morning to you all. We're enthused by the start.
Yeah, it's good morning so far if you're a Notts fan. Ollie Stone in again to Gubbins. And that one shaped back in, and Gubbins almost face planted there, just getting back on it. That looked like the one he tried to swing back into the left-hander from round the wicket. Yeah, really curved in. And, he thought he was in.
Sorry, Michael. Former Nottsman Michael, beg your pardon, Sol Buddinger's having a morning. He's 54 not out off 56 balls for Leicestershire. 6 fours and 2 sixes for Budinger. Leicestershire away at Essex, 106 for 1 after 19. Jake Weatherall, the Australian, 39 not out.
Stone in again to Gubbins. And that one's short right. That is put away for 4. That's a great shot. Terrific shot from Nick Gubbins.
Bit of a gift, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, was a short wide one from Ollie Stone. Probably the real first bad ball he's bowled in this spell, and that was a gift.
50 up, 52 for 3. Somerset 68 for 2. They're playing Sussex this week. Glamorgan were 0 for 2. They're now 47 for 2 at Edgbaston against Warwickshire, and Yorkshire 68 for 2 at home to Surrey. Division 2, Gloucestershire 27 for 4, 3 wickets to the prolific Ben Sanderson for Northants. Kent 67 for 1. They're playing Durham at Beckenham. At Southport, Worcestershire 64 for 2, and Middlesex 55 for 1 at home to Derbyshire. All the scores as ever on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website and app. As Lyndon James in again to Prest turns this up to mid-on, and there's no run. The morning telly was on BBC Breakfast, sort of the national one. It's sort of just skirted over the fact, you get that map with the blue bits just wandering across the country, and they barely seem to dip into this part of the world. The local one for the south of England, this wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Sort of from about 4 o'clock onwards, it seemed like we might be in the sort of shower zone.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, again, one or two people have said, rain tomorrow, but both of them for tomorrow, it just seemed to be fine and dry down here, so let's see how it is. Cup final day, FA Cup final day. It's a nonsense, isn't it, with stuff going on, other stuff going on. Football not finished. Lyndon James bowls. This is turned away behind square on the leg side.
Have you got any skin in the game in the playoffs?
None whatsoever.
Or FA Cup?
None whatsoever. Once the cricket starts, the football stops. As far as I'm concerned.
I've got a very nervy 2 games left. Potential title. Premier League win.
Are you an Arsenal man?
I am a Gooner, through and through, mate. Painstaking, long-standing.
I commentated on them this season, just scraping past mighty Mansfield Town in the FA Cup 2-1 with Madueke and Eze getting the goals to rescue you.
Seems to be a theme in the last month. Scraping in.
Then they came down here and lost, didn't they, in the next round to
Southampton?
Southampton?
We did. Got pummeled by Southampton.
Lyndon James past Alex Wharf. Bowls and left alone by Gubbins. It went between bat and pad. He shouldered arms, but it did nip back, didn't it? But I think he could always leave it alone on length.
Yeah, it was a little bit tentative, wasn't it? He was sort of half drawn into play. You just got to be a little bit careful. Nick Gubbins just leaving the bat hovering around the ball. I've seen those hit the edge and go back on the stumps. It's a pretty frustrating way to get out.
Not got a nice little day trip lined up to Budapest, is it? They're playing.
Oh, I'd love to, mate.
James bowls again to Nick Gubbins, eases it into the offside.
Not sure my heart could take it though. That's the only problem. I mean, it would be amazing if they could get it done. But PSG, I've got to say, look pretty good, don't they?
They do, don't they?
They look a class above. I've got to say.
53 for 3.
But as we know, it's a final, anything can happen.
Yes, there's a lot of Nottingham-based listeners want to forget all about European football at the moment, as Lyndon James bowls wide of the pegs, goes through to Kyle Verreynne. Forest losing in the Europa semi-final this week to Villa. That's the end of the over. Lyndon James through 2 overs, none for 5. Hampshire 53 for 3, put in this morning. All 3 wickets taken by Fergus O'Neill. He did speak in the week, actually, in the pre-match media about coming up against Jake Lehman, somebody he knows particularly well from back home, and said, I'm going to have to be at my best because he's such a good player. Well, that will have pleased him no end, I think, to get rid of Jake LBW for just 4.
Yeah, no, it was a very impressive spell. And I'll say probably the one Notts bowler that found the right length for the pitch. We've been talking about that all morning. You've got to be maybe half a yard fuller than some of the taller men would like to bowl. Yeah,
Tong and Stone, I think they are trying to blast you out. They are trying to intimidate and blast you out. I was saying to Kevin before the toss this morning, when we had a little natter. Josh Tong hit Gus Atkinson on the helmet last week. 2 sickening thuds, and Gus Atkinson had to go and retire hurt eventually, out of the game, concussed.
So Stone in again to begin another over, 6th over into Press, who's nice behind that delivery, short of a length.
You must have had some of that. And they'll ringing in the ears when somebody just manages to clatter one into the helmet.
Fortunately, I've not been hit on the head too often. I pride myself on playing short pitch bowling. I think you have to when you're a new ball batter. Something you used to practice quite a lot. Probably one bad hit I've ever taken was, believe it or not, as I'll tell you in a minute, as Stone comes into Press, who not very convincing, that one, punching it in the air to mid wicket. Was from actually someone who wasn't very quick. Played at Worcester, was a bit of a green top at New Road before all the days of the flooding, so it went through a little bit back in those days. Then considering I'd taken on the likes of Andy Bickle, who was a lot quicker, Matt Mason at the other end, and I just lost sight of it, and suddenly I found myself sort of on the deck with my head split open.
Crikey.
So yeah, that was pretty funny. So Stone in again to press, who pushes that one and calls Nick Gubbins through for a single. Well run.
Who were the Aussie quicks you'd have faced then on the 2010 tour? Was
2013.
Mitchell Johnson played
Yeah,
there.
Mitchell Johnson.
2013.
Yeah, Mitchell Johnson, Ryan Harris, Peter Siddle, Shane Watson.
Crikey.
With Nathan Lyon, so decent lineup. Yeah, and faced quite a lot of Mitchell Johnson, and thankfully didn't get hit on the head. So, I mean, it's all about watching the ball. I mean, that's what it boils down to, isn't it? I mean, you can excuse Gus Atkinson. Solly Stone comes in again. He's not a top order batter, so he bats down there for a reason. So, but there's no more. There's no more bowlers union anymore. You know, once upon a time, bowler, your opposition fast bowler didn't bounce you, bounce a fast bowler. That seems to have gone.
Yes, Knott's batted first, and we did actually say on commentary when Atkinson bounced Tong, he can look forward to getting one back later in the game, and little did we know it hit him twice.
Absolutely. Stone in again to Gubbins, who's leaving that one well alone through to Varane.
Kevin Marriott, yes, it is what you say. He's asked, am I living the dream down here watching this? Yes, very much so. Living the dream, wouldn't swap it for anything else, Kevin. Good company. We've got tea and coffee. We've got a good view, and it's good cricket.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Hampshire fighting hard here, which is good to see. That Nick Gubbins, he's digging in, he's using all that experience. Tom Press is, he's battling away too, which is good to see. This is what Hampshire want to see as a club. These young players getting stuck in. It's a great opportunity. If I was Tom Press, you're up against England caliber bowlers. Great opportunity to go and get yourself a big score. Stone comes in again to Gubbins, again nicely behind it. He's played really, really well. He's looked really good in this innings so far, Nick Gubbins.
As we always say, the scores up and down the country, invariably you get early casualties on the first morning, don't you? The new ball and the early starts on the first morning. Up and down the country we saw 1 and 2 wickets down in the first half an hour in most of the matches. That's generally the way it goes in the county championship, isn't it? But it's how you recover from then. And if this pair can bat till lunch, gives them a bit of momentum to go on afterwards. There could be, I don't know, what is the half an hour or so to go. There could be 85-90 for 3 at lunch now if they have a good half an hour and begin the afternoon afresh, nicely set.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's Lyndon James. Still 3 slips, go down, and Press turns it onto the leg side. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left arm spinner, is at first slip. Freddie McCann back into the side. He's had to sit out whilst Ben Duckett has been playing. So McCann in. He's at second slip. Jack Haynes at third. Haynes has turned, hands in pockets, chatting to Joe Clark, the country's leading run scorer at backward point. 735 runs this season already as James bowls again. Got him! So Nick behind, I think, or has he? Not so celebrating. Alex Wolfe hasn't given it. Tom Prest hasn't gone anywhere. And Nottinghamshire's celebrations cut short. Just seemed like they'd all gone. Varena's thrown it up into the air, so there's belief there, and it's not been reciprocated from the umpire.
I tell you what, that looked a very good edge. I've got to say, unless it clips his back hip,
it's impossible without any sort of snicker or anything, isn't it, to make a definitive call. It's just that everybody out there on the field felt it was, except the man in the coat, and that's fair enough. 54 for 3. Lyndon James in again. Ooh, and this time he has nicked it behind. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That didn't matter in the end. That has to go down as a poor shot from Tom Prest. Maybe the previous ball just unsettled the mind. He'd lost his concentration a bit. This one was shaping away, and he's chased at one that he could comfortably have left. And we were talking about momentum. That momentum gone in an instant. Lyndon James with his first wicket, 54 for 4.
Yeah, I've got to say, pretty poor shot from Tom Prest, having got away with the ball before. Again, it's just another flat-footed waft outside off stump. You've got to play tighter than that, I'm afraid, on this pitch. Got to make the bowlers earn your wicket, and that's pretty much a giveaway, in my opinion. And it's plunge Hampshire further in the mire, just what they didn't need before lunch. We talked about it, getting oppositions 4-5 down, and Notts will be absolutely delighted with this start.
You're a man of these parts, Michael. Just quickly before we bring Kev back in, are the ground staff having a walk to stretch their legs, or are the ground staff getting that hover cover ready to bring on?
Yeah, it's just gotten a little bit darker, unless there's something coming in on the radar. I think just getting prepared, perhaps to get it ready. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully not. It will stay away.
Thank you, Michael Carberry, former England opener, with us here on day one of this Rothesay County Championship game between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Hampshire having a pretty good half an hour whilst we were together, until Tom Prest having a bit of a loose waft. The ball after Notts were convinced they got him out, so there'll be some wag out there saying, come on Lyndon, you're on a hat-trick and all that sort of stuff. Welcome back, Kevin.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, oh dear, it's same old at the moment. It's hard watch. Yes, the ground staff are hovering by the cover because they think there's a shower of rain that's not too far away, and well, we know that they're coming at some point, hopefully hoping to save Hampshire.
Is that why they call it the hover cover?
Yes, exactly. So good morning so far for Nottinghamshire. Good decision after winning the toss, and yeah, the league leaders are on top.
I've had a missive from the ECB. I'll just check that it's not embargoed, because it does have relevance to both Nottinghamshire and Hampshire. Hampshire. James bowls. That's a shot from Ben Brown. Extra cover drive, elegantly smoked away for 4 runs. That's a wonderful way to announce your introduction out in the middle from the Hampshire captain. Away for 4 to the deepest boundary. England Lions selectors have named a 15-player squad for the upcoming 4-day series against South Africa A, reads this latest communication from the ECB released at midday. Warwickshire's Dan Mosley will captain the team, which will play South Africa A in 2 4-day matches. Lyndon James in to bowl, left alone. Matches will be played at Arundel between the 22nd and 25th of May, and Beckenham between the 29th of May and the 1st of June. The England Lions squad for these 2 matches: Dan Mosley, Warwickshire captain; Charlie Allison, Essex; Henry Crocombe, Sussex; Eddie Jack of Hampshire. Kevin, has he been called up before? England Lions, Eddie Jack?
Yes, okay. He's already played for the Lions. Yeah.
Ben Geddes, Middlesex; Ben Mays of Hampshire.
Ooh.
Lyndon James bowling, Ben Brown defence, so from that he hasn't been called up before. Ben McKinney, Durham; Tom Law, Surrey; Alfie Ogborne, Somerset; Liam Patterson-White, Nottinghamshire. End of the over, 58 for 4, first wicket for Lyndon James. James Sales, Northants; Nevia Sharma of Middlesex; Mitch Stanley, Lancashire; Asa Tribe, Glamorgan; and James Wharton, Yorkshire. So there we are. 7 of these players are uncapped: Allison, Crocombe, Geddes, Ogborne, Sales, Sharma and Ben Mays. So congratulations to Ben Mays, to Eddie Jack and to Liam Patterson-White of Notts, called up for the England Lions.
Very good indeed, yes. Well, Ben Mays, you may remember during the winter, created a little bit of history for England under-19s when he hit 190 against Scotland. The high score by an England youth player, so elevation from that. So we've got a change of bowling, and Josh Tong is back into the attack, bowling the end that he bowled this morning from our commentary in the hotel end. He's around the wicket to Gubbins, who's off the back foot, cracks that through the covers, and that will run away for 4 along to the ground staff who are sitting by the cover. So Hampshire move on to 62 for 4. And those wickets this morning: Toby Albert for 5, Fletcher Middleton for no score, Jake Lehman for 4, all 3 of those falling to Fergus O'Neill, and Tom Prest, the recent one, who fell to Lyndon James.
It's a loose shot, wasn't it, from Tom Prest?
It was a bit. Here comes Tong again and bowls, and Gubbins just holds his stance there as he plays that shot, just holds the shot, doesn't try and overbalance.
I've been here before with you, Kevin. We've seen the dark clouds rolling in, and then sometimes they skirt around the ground, don't they? Just
yeah, it's a difficult one to predict sometime here. Yeah, the most famous time here, Dave, was a few years ago. The club won't thank me for mentioning this. It was a T20 against South Coast rival Sussex, eagerly awaited fixture. Here comes Tong again outside the off stump, left alone, and it looked like we were going to miss a shower of rain, so the covers didn't go on before the game. All of a sudden the clouds did come over, and it was the heaviest shower of all time, and within 5 minutes it was obvious that we weren't going to play, and they couldn't get the covers on in time, and it was horrendous. So it's because we're so high up, it can be a little unpredictable, the weather, but I think we're fairly safe in terms of knowing there's going to be some showers. Tong bowls, driven into his pads. Nick Gubbins, that could have so easily been an inside nick onto the stumps, but he's still there and played nicely on 32.
What I would say about this dark one, from what we can see, is there certainly seems to be brighter weather behind it, so hopefully it'll pass over without leaking its contents, and then we can head off into the afternoon unscathed. About 20 minutes or so away from the lunch break. Notts with 4 wickets in this session.
Here comes Tong again to Gubbins, lets that one alone outside the off stump, bounces twice through to Verena. Yes, Eddie Jack played a couple of games for the England Lions against India A last May. One at St Lawrence and one at Northampton. I've got a couple of emails to get through, actually, because I've been off for a little while, if I may, David.
You may indeed,
very
Kevin.
Much. Oh, thank you. Ryan O'Connor, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says, wishing Liam Dawson a happy Red Bull retirement. What a fantastic servant for the club. Though a sad day now with no James Vince and no Dawson. It feels like the end of an era. It does a bit. Here's Tong again. Gubbins is forward. It's off the inside half of the bat. It runs away through backward a square leg, and they'll pick up a single. 63 for 4 as the floodlights come on, and as Dave will mention, that won't be totally uniform. On a side note, says Ryan, can I give a big go well to Sway Cricket Club's leg spinning all-rounder Tom Richards? Now, he's mentioned him before, has Ryan. He started the league season with scores of 0 and 1 and is yet to bowl a ball. Fabulous, but I know he singles him out for some reason. I don't know why. So why is that not uniform, the lights then, David?
I don't know.
You did, you told me before.
I don't know why it's not working, but at the toss, the umpires and match referee pointed out to the captains, presumably Ben Brown would know anyway, but the column, as we look from our commentary position to our right at the, presumably, is it behind the hotel or at the end of the hotel, isn't working. Here's Lyndon James from the far end, bowls to Gubbins, a drop and run into the offside, and he'll take a single, 64 for 4. Oh, you said that. It looks to be on to me.
It is on. Yeah.
Well, there we are.
They haven't fed you another piece of duff information here, Dave, have
Well,
they?
presumably, if you've got something not working, you've got somebody on the job trying to fix it, and that was at 10:30, so it's over 2 hours ago. So probably they've turned it off, and now they've turned it on again.
Yeah, just giving it a good kick.
Yeah. James in once more, bowls to Ben Brown, eases this to backward point. What a way to get off the mark from Ben Brown.
Wasn't it?
However long he bats in this innings, that'll be probably be the shot of the innings.
Well, the captain's been leading by example, David. He's averaging just over 50 in this season's competition, just under 430 runs. In fact, with that 4, it was 430 exactly.
Right-hander taps his bat a couple of times. You can perhaps hear it on the effects, and then nudges this up to his opposite number, Seeb Mead.
Why am I calling you David? I've never called you David before. Why am I doing that?
I don't know. 64 for 4. I don't know.
I think I'm losing it.
Well, I'm not offended by it. I mean, it's
always been Dave, isn't
it's
it?
strictly correct, but seldom used. But that's all right.
Thank you,
Kev.
That's made me feel much at ease.
Lyndon James bowls wide of the pegs. Brown shouldering arms as it goes through into the gloves of Kyle Verreynne. Fairly standard field that we've had all morning. 3 slips, 3 more on the offside, and regulation leg side field. A long leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on. Strip doesn't look particularly pretty either close up or on the live stream, but it'll play okay. I'm sure good delivery there beats Brown on the outside, although he withdrew the bat inside the line. What have you got, a communique?
Yeah, did you read out an email from Ian East earlier? Did I hear when I was off commentary?
Not an email. I've just had 1 or 2 just witty lines from Ian.
Oh right, okay. Well, I'll mention this at the end of the over then.
He was comparing the signing, I think, of Brett Hampton to Mo Abbas.
Oh right, yes.
64 for 4. Down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 somethings. Does it come off the bat? No, again, it's going to go as buys against Verreynne. Not that they could do a deal about it, but 4 more useful runs to the home side. 68 for 4. Lyndon James threw 4 overs, 1 for 10.
Now, I will read this out word for word, and these are Ian East's comments. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Ian writes, it's a tough time, but a lot of this is the club's own doing. Barker and Abbas, and soon to be Abbott, were all of an age where they needed to be replaced. They brought in no one.
Kev, I think they're going off. I think we've got a sprinkling of rain or the light, but they're taking them off.
They are. Thank you very much, Dave. Oh, see, I said Dave then.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the cover comes on. I'll just go through this because it's a few lines. Before the season, they brought in no one until the very last second when they signed a 38-year-old released by a Division 2 side. That was the opening batter, whose name escapes me for a minute. He signed for Middlesex. They went out and signed Ali Orr and then never play the guy. To go through Groundhog Day again and again with 2 players who have shown for years that they aren't good enough, and now Dawson, who apparently had thoughts of retiring before, has gone, and there's no contingency, and the backup is Felix Organ, another one not nearly good enough as a frontline bowler and never has been. The recruitment domestically and overseas for the last 2 years has been as bad as it possibly gets, and this is why the side is where it is and why it's struggling so badly. It's not going to get any better this season, sadly, says Ian East, word for word on that email.
I've just got a quick one from Darren Hemsley. Dave, I'm watching from the hotel balcony. The wife's so cold she's gone back inside to go to bed. Come on, Notts. Thank you, Darren. Well, that tells you just how cold it is out there, and we can also add that it's pretty dark and gloomy as well. The floodlights on, but I would imagine either the ground staff's intelligence is that it is going to rain on the ground in the next minute or 2, or perhaps there's a spot or 2 out there, because they were very quick to call on the hover cover and get the players off, and it's at about 1:45, Kev. The protocol is always a thing of great mystery as to what they do round about now, but I would imagine that's going to be the end of the morning session one way or another, and at some point they'll announce a lunch is being taken.
Yeah, I think we can probably. Oh, I think it has actually. Just looking on the live picture feed, it says there lunch. So yes, we're going to take a slightly early lunch. A morning session that belongs to Notts, with Hampshire 68 for 4 having been put into bat, and Fergus O'Neill has once more for Nottinghamshire been at the forefront of their best bowling performance. They bowled well as a team, but Fergus O'Neill currently with the best figures of 3 for 14 from 8 overs. The other wicket taker, Lyndon James, with 1 for 10. Nick Gubbins is 34 not out. Ben Brown is 4 not out, trying to repair the damage that has been done so far, with Hampshire at 68 for 4. We'll take a break then, Dave.
Yep.
And we'll be back as soon as there's more play, hopefully in just under 40 minutes' time.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game. Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
They can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Wiley Rousseau, a moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That is what you've got! Rothesay Yorker through! Past the Bennett Gleeson! Hampshire!
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy
yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. yourself. There's outstanding cuisine. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
"25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us."
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you. Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Utilita Bowl. The sun has been shining, the sixes have been flying, and we've had a good night.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game.
Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
And he can't get there. And Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Wiley Rousseau, a moment to remember. Been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That is what you've got! Nothing else! Rothesay Yorker through! Past the man and Gleeson! Hampshire!
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you. Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
It. 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
sixes have been flying, and we've had a good night.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
In a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Straight away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
And he can't get there. And Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 for Riley Rousseau. Moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That is what you've got! Nothing else! Rips a Yorker through! Past the man of Gleeson! Hampshire!
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
It. 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Utilita Bowl. The sun has been shining, the sixes have been flying, and we've had a good night.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone. Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Riley Rothesay, moment to remember. Finna, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That was Rothesay Yorker through past the man of Gleeson. Hampshire third.
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
It. 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Utilita Bowl. The sun has been shining, the sixes have been flying, and we've had a good night.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Right away, Peterson's gone. Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
And he can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Wiley Rousseau, a moment to remember. Been an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That is what you've got! That was Rothesay Yorker through past the Bennett Gleeson. Hampshire third.
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
It. 25 years of flight. The Hawks are back. Come fly with us.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Doesn't even have to run. He's been waiting for the square cut. He plays it beautifully. Nice personal milestone for Robin Smith. He's
in a memorable game, Hampshire have taken this game with 153 batting first.
Straight away, Peterson's gone.
Shane Warne once again been quite brilliant. Changed the game. Yes, it does. There it is. That means that Hampshire are the winners of the Friends Provident Trophy 2000.
He can't get there, and Hampshire Royals have done it. The scores.
The Southern Vipers have won the inaugural Kia Super League.
100 from Riley Rousseau, a moment to remember. Finner, an innings of real quality for Hampshire.
Get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions, Hampshire.
That's what you've got! That was Rothesay Yorker through past the man of Gleeson. Hampshire.
Oh my word! It's the biggest of the lot.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
and Nottinghamshire are also the defending champions. It was a good toss to win, absolutely no doubt about that, but as Hampshire fans and supporters will know, that confidence in the camp is not at its best, and probably not surprising that Hampshire lost some wickets this morning. Just disappointing, they lost 4 in 23 overs. So here we go, get the afternoon session underway. It's Josh Tong, the England bowler, who's around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and we are underway. Now, assuming there's no more showers this afternoon, and there are more planned, but let's just assume there aren't any more, then tea will be at 4:05. I know, I don't know that either, and just 2 overs play has been lost. It is cold out there. Just got a message actually from somebody who was on the ground, Joe. She's gone home. She said it was a bit cold, and I must admit it's cold up here. Now is he caught? Oh, is he caught down the leg side? Not out, says the umpire. That bounced a little bit on Gubbins. Good take from Verena, but the umpire says not out. We've had 2 LBW decisions this morning. I know Hampshire have been the victim of a few LBWs so far this season. I think there was 6 in their first innings against Glamorgan here, but yeah, it's tough all round. Now, I've got a couple of emails that came in just before lunch and also over lunch, so I'm going to get through a few before Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Nottingham comes back in. He'll be in a few minutes' time. Josh Tong runs away from us once more and bowls to Gubbins, almost way outside the off stump. Tim Street has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says that regarding the email you read out verbatim just before lunch from Ian East, I think that's right, yes, Ian East, I read it out word for word, who was putting forward his frustrations about Hampshire cricket, and to be fair, there's a few, and quite understandably. He said, excellent that was, I couldn't have put it better myself. Maybe you could forward it to the powers that be at the club for your response. Listen, I do talk from time to time to the club, obviously, not all the time. I'm sure they don't want it. Let's nip back on Gubbins, and that's a painful blow, right exactly where you do not want to be hit, and he's down. So he may be down for a little while here, looking at the way he's lying face up. With regards to Liam Dawson, having been at Chelmsford last week, his body language didn't look great, and I expect he had just had enough. I don't blame him. The senior pros like Dawson, Abbott, Gubbins and Brown have been carrying this team for a long time now. The likes of Press, Middleton, Weatherly, Organ, Albert have had numerous opportunities and appear unable to make the step up required at this level, says Team Street. Gubbins is just about getting to his feet now. With regards to Ali Orr, he must have run over the chairman's cat or something. He can't get selected in this team. I must admit, I thought he might get a look in this morning. I know there was a long chat between him and one of the officials here before the start of play, so maybe there was an explanation as to why he wasn't playing today. I don't know, but I suppose it is almost getting to the time where he deserves a go, that's for sure. Right, while we wait for Gubbins to recompose himself, Dave Bracegirdle's back. Stephen Bryce has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll quickly read this out after this ball, and then Dave can join us in properly as Tong bowls way outside the off stump, left alone. Stephen says, you were talking earlier about development after Liam's retirement. Briggs released, so Crane could be developed, but nobody developed to succeed Mason. Who could be in the frame to succeed Liam? Not Felix shortly. Well, there's Andrew Neil, who's a left-arm spinner. I did think he might have got a game against Glamorgan, like for like, because Liam didn't play in that one because he was injured, but clearly they feel that Felix should get first go. I think mainly because he can bat, and they're a little bit worried about the length of tail here at the club. Right, here's Tong again. Gubbins plays and misses outside the off-stump. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Glad I'm up here and wasn't on the receiving end of that 4th ball that Josh Tong bowled to Nick Gubbins. I don't think he beat the referee's count of 10, did he? Before he got back to his feet. That was a nasty, painful one that certainly knocks the wind out of your sails. A maiden for Josh Tong to begin with, 68 for 4, and it's just great to have cricket again so soon, because we were only off for about an hour and a quarter, weren't we?
Yes, I think yeah, they are technically showers we're going to get throughout the day, so I don't think well, unless we get on about 5 o'clock, which might mean we're off for the rest of the day. But I think we are going to have this situation for a little while longer yet.
It's going to be Fergus O'Neill from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling. Got Liam Patterson-White on the board. Now it's just changed to Fergus O'Neill. It's very definitely not Liam Patterson-White, who this morning was amongst the names selected for England Lions, forthcoming matches against South Africa. Here's O'Neill, 3 wickets in his first spell this morning. The first ball keeps very low. In fact, it dies on Verena, scuttles into his pads, and Jack Haynes has to come and pick the ball up and begin the process of returning it back to the bowler. 68 for 4. Does seem as if by and large the rest of the country's in relatively brighter conditions than here. Don't think we've had any interruptions anywhere else today, which is good news for them, as O'Neill bowls another ball which is left alone. That's 8 dots since the restart. Leicestershire's Sol Budinger, former Notts man, 79 not out at Chelmsford. Leicestershire 176 for 3. Should also mention the women's match. Took my eye off that a little bit this morning. Hampshire women 209 all out at Trent Bridge. So the Blaze obviously need 210. In fact, they've just started. They're 2 without loss in the first over. There's O'Neill, in again wide enough to be left alone by Ben Brown. Get off the mark with a wonderful shot through extra cover away for 4 off Lyndon James, Ben Brown, and he's faced 11 dots since then.
Yes, that's top versus second up at Trent Bridge today, isn't it?
Yep.
In the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup.
That one goes on sort of throughout the season, doesn't it? The T20 takes over the same time as the men start. Week today is another delivery just outside the off stump. I don't think Brown went at that with any great intent.
It's a bit of shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
O'Neill.
Nice to see it. Little shadow starting to form alongside each player. Floodlights aren't on. We did have them on momentarily before lunch. That was just before the heavy rain started to fall. Umpire Wharf at the far end. O'Neill past him, bowls, and again Ben Brown just raises his bat high above his head and lets it go through to Verena.
Yeah, we've got a pocket of blue sky above us. Let's make the most of it, because it won't be there for very long.
No, not so. We're looking to make the most of the situation they're in. The general procedure down here over the years has been that Notts compete for 3 days and then Hampshire win, but see how it goes. See how it goes this time. This is ease to backward point, fielded by Joe Clark, and there's no run. So back-to-back maidens, Tong and then O'Neill. O'Neill 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 14.
Bill Cunningham on the emails, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, last year I travelled to all of Hampshire's Metro Bank Cup games, home and away, as well as the Roses match in York. The final at Trent Bridge was a disappointing weather-affected result, but the welcome by the volunteer stewards was exceptional and memorable. Can your colleague pass on my thanks to them? Yeah, Dave, every time you see a steward up at Trent Bridge, pass on, can't you?
Certainly will. I think they're very proud of the reputation they've got around the circuit of being good hosts.
Tong to Gubbins, wide of off stump, and Gubbins in the sunshine leaves that one alone.
And yes, the green blazered brigade. You go to some places, Kevin, no need to name them. You've got outside security firms, haven't you, in their high-vis jackets, who wouldn't normally have any sort of affiliation with the cricket club, and they'll just come in, they'll do a good stewarding job and a car parking job, and be there in the event of emergencies, but they can't exactly tell you where the best place to pop is to the nearest loo and all that sort of stuff. This is turned away for the first run after lunch, and Ben Brown set off like Usain Bolt. Nick Gubbins, who played the shot and made the call, he just ambled down. He knew it was a comfortable single. I don't think Ben Brown was quite so convinced, so he sprinted down the far end. Trent Bridge, much changed. You'll be Is it the start of the last block that Hampshire come to Trent Bridge this year? The pavilion obviously was already well into its construction this time last year when Hampshire visited, but sort of got a feel now of what it's going to look like.
Tong in, and that's nicely played by Ben Brown. Open face through backward a point for 4 runs. We are at your place 8th of September, a Tuesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
And rather spookily, today's fixture up at Trent Bridge between the Blaze and Hampshire women is the reverse fixture on the Wednesday down here. We've got a wasp in here, or is that a bee? That's huge, wherever it is.
And you can't be in 2 places at the same time.
Nope. Stephen Clark has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I'll read that out after this delivery from Josh Tong. 73 for 4 Hampshire. Brown's on 8 and he's in over the wicket. And the captain's on the back foot. Plays that out on the offside. As he was in the squad, I had Andrew Neil in my 11, leaving out Felix Organ. He's a left-arm spinner and had some excellent games in the One Day Cup last year. That's right, we have spoken and we've mentioned it. I also had Ali Orr in place of Fletcher Middleton today, says Steve. Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment, you know, you could probably argue a case for anybody that's not playing in the side at the moment. I wouldn't have been surprised for either of those selections, I must admit. Here comes Tong. Bowls to Brown. It's full. Brown whips it away. Behind square on the leg side. Goes down to... Is that Fergus O'Neill down there at fine leg?
No, O'Neill's at mid-wicket.
Oh, right, so it's not him. It's somebody sort of...
Might be Stone.
Diminutive. It's somebody smallish, isn't it? Anyway, it was comfortably fielded. Well, Dave works it out.
Joe Clark. Joe Clark.
Oh, Joe Clark, right, okay. Another one of the Nottinghamshire batters who's in form this year. They're scoring millions of runs, Notts this year.
Well, he is.
Tong's around the wicket for the left-hander Gubbins. Bowls. Gubbins is forward. Hits the bat hard, does Tong. Goes out on the offside. End of the over. 74 for 4. Gubbins has 35. Brown has 9.
Yes, a ridiculous sequence of scores for Joe Clark so far, and I'm reluctant to mention it, otherwise it's bound to end at some point. It'll be my fault when it does, but he really has been in amazing form. Were he to score 265 runs in this game, only 265, but it just goes to show how difficult it is and how few games we play. I think nowadays nobody's scored 1,000 before the end of May since Graham Hick in 1988. We looked it up last week because it was going nicely. 129 in the first innings, 50 odd not out, and then of course as soon as you look it up he then got out, but 265 is a lot of runs to get in one match. As Fergus O'Neill, 3 wickets this morning, bowls to Ben Brown, turns this to leg. 2 umpires were complimenting Ben Brown on looking so svelte out there this morning. So I don't know if he's whether he's just been dieting in general or working on his fitness, or whether they called it wrong, I don't know, but both of them complimented him. So how well he was looking. 74 for 4. Australian O'Neill bowls now wide of the off stump, cut into the offside, partially stopped, and they don't get a run. Good bit of work there by Ollie Stone.
Well, it's a compliment to Ben Brown, isn't it? Because, I mean, he is obviously under pressure. No doubt about that.
In terms of what? Captaincy, leading the side and the bottom of the table, or his own form's been good, hasn't it, with the bat?
Yes, he is, yeah.
O'Neill to bowl to him. Little close for cutting, and he actually goes down on one knee and pushes it up to mid-off, where Hamid does the fielding.
Yeah, he's just over 430 runs, averaging 53 before today's game. He's been in good form for the last couple of seasons, averaged 42 last year, he was the biggest run scorer with 758, but that sort of reflected again a dearth of runs for Hampshire.
O'Neill looking in really good rhythm in his 10th over now, and O'Neill again pushes it into the offside. Straight to Stone. Don't normally get your nasty fast bowlers in the covers, but Stone's an excellent fielder there. Conditions have very much improved over the last hour. There is still the odd threat of the dark clouds circling the ground, but let's just hope they stay away. Sure, the forecast had a little bit of an effect on the attendance as O'Neill in once more, again cut into the offside and fielded by Stone, but spread all around this ground. A decent number of people in. Good following as always from the East Midlands, come down to support Notts.
All the ground staff around by the covers again, Dave.
I think they've been there since play started, so I think they're just there as a bit of a precaution. Playing the nursery pitch side of the square, short and pulled away through mid-wicket for 4. Just a short arm jab by Ben Brown, just short of a length from O'Neill. He's not bowled many bad balls, just trying to test Ben Brown out there, but he hasn't got that searing pace, and was easily dealt with. Pulled away for 4 runs. 27 overs gone in the day. Hampshire 78 for 4. Brown on to 13. Gubbins on 35.
Yeah, and just a reminder, we've only lost 2 overs today. After finishing 15 minutes or so early for lunch, then starting again at 2 o'clock. Griff Holmes has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, who signs his email an optimistic Griff Holmes. He says, hoping for a strong 4th and 5th wicket partnerships. Well, the 4th one's gone, so we don't have to use this term, but I was wondering if it's possible to call it a batting collapse if a team doesn't have at least a small total to collapse from. I'm trying to work that one out still. Here's Josh Tong. Yeah, well, Hampshire, yeah. I mean, well, what were they? They were 54 for 4 at one stage, so it's a greenish wicket. They lost the toss. I think it's fair to say maybe Notts might have lost 1 or 2. Let's put it that way. Gubbins drives Tong up to wide mid-off. Hamid picks it up. It's a single to Gubbins, who moves on to 36, and it's 79 for 4.
Yeah, we were saying this morning, weren't we? There's normally a little bit of collateral damage from the side that's batting first. Start of a county championship match. The bowlers are fresh. The ball is new and hard. Just an occupational hazard of opening the innings.
It is. And I missed the email earlier from Stephen Clark, who was saying optimistically up at Trent Bridge, Hampshire women are going well, but yeah, unfortunately things changed a little bit in the second half of that innings. We're keeping you up to date with that one. Here's Tong over the wicket to Ben Brown. Bowls, it's full. Ben Brown pushes forward, straight. Going to take a quick single. Hamid's across. Throws it at the stumps, but no real pace behind the throw because his body's going one way and he's trying to throw it the other. 80 for 4.
Yeah, early wicket taken by Hampshire women. Marie Kelly's been dismissed. 9 for 1. Miss Gibb has got the wicket. Daisy Gibb.
Yeah.
One of the flowers. But a daisy and a poppy, which I like.
Yes, they did well to beat Yorkshire a few days ago when they didn't have any of their Hampshire players. So that's top versus second in that competition up there today. 80 for 4. There's some rain over the New Forest as I look away to my right. That's not good news. There's Tongs in and bowls over the wicket to Gubbins. Good bouncer. Gubbins is down on one knee, but that was straight and it was quick.
I always get this wrong here. So the motorway is behind us. Is France behind us? Is that the sea end?
No, sea end straight.
Sea end, oh, right.
Almost, well, over that floodlight to the right, over the Shane Warne stand, left-hand side, over the floodlight. That's
Bonjour.
the sea. Yeah. Can they say it a bit louder just to make sure they can hear you?
Come on, ça va? I'm not very good with French, actually. I'm more
You surprised me.
No,
of course, you're Italian.
I
Italian international. I keep forgetting you.
Me and Emilio.
Yeah, outside the off stump and left alone. What, Emilio Gay?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's an Italian international.
Actually, you're right, he is, yeah.
Yeah.
1 or 2 others as well, isn't there? The guy that played at Kent recently.
Grant Stewart.
Grant Stewart and our own...
Wayne Madsen.
And our own former all-rounder.
Henningberg.
Well, that wasn't one I was thinking of.
Gareth Berg.
Gareth Berg. Oh, Henning. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Who is Henning Berg?
He's a comedian.
Oh, right.
Appears on sort of quiz shows.
No, that's Henning Vane.
Oh, that's Henning Vane. He's a footballer then, isn't he? Down the leg side, that's flicked very fine past a diving Verena. And it's off the pad. It's 4 leg byes.
Yeah, Gareth Berg was pretty much at the fore, wasn't it, in getting Italian national side, sort of from being just another associate nation to become a much more professional outlook, bringing in players, contacts around the world, anyone potentially with Irish heritage, international, Italian heritage, bringing them to the Azzurri.
Side the off stump. Ooh, lovely shape on that through to Verena. Lovely curve coming back in towards the keeper, but it was wide to start off with. 84 for 4. Henning Berg is a former football manager and a former player in Norway. He
played for Blackburn, didn't he? I think when he was over here.
He played for Blackburn Rovers between 93 and 97. Manchester United between 97 and 2000. He was back at Blackburn Rovers on loan in 2000. Had another spell at Blackburn Rovers between 2000 and 2003, and finished his playing career off at Rangers. There you are.
Good career. 84 for 4. The Italians found those two Menenti brothers, didn't they? The Australians, who like to go ballistic at the top of the order. Give them a bit of a start. Here's O'Neill, who himself was born in New Zealand. He's an Australian, but was born in New Zealand.
Terrible.
Played up to Tong at mid-on, no run. Yeah, what is it? A dog can be born in a stable, but it doesn't make it a horse or something.
It's a great analogy. So he was born in New Zealand, but it doesn't make him a Kiwi, you mean?
No, that's it. That's exactly the point. Another loose-ish shot there from Brown. It's almost the one that got Tom Prest out to Lyndon James before lunch. It was after a stand of 22 for the 4th wicket. Wickets have gone down at 14 in the 5th over, 22 in the 9th, 32 in the 11th, and 54 in the 21st over of the innings. We're now in the 29th. There's O'Neill in again to the right-hander. Brown has a ball outside the off stump that he can just run with an open face to backward point. Joe Clark fields it and then immediately thrusts his hands back inside his trouser pockets. There's maybe a bit of a hand warmer in there. No Dylan Pennington for Notts, if you're just joining us. Was in the squad, didn't play last week, so I think the general feeling might have been there might be a little bit of squad rotation and he might come in. Neil bowls short, dragged away on the leg side by Brown. Just played it down and almost patted it into the gap to take a single. But kept 10 of the 11 that played against Surrey last week. The one change is Freddie McCann replacing Ben Duckett, who was never going to play in this game. Swap over for the left-hander. 85 for 4. And Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, making the trek from square leg to square leg. Often sort of just size each other out, don't they, the umpires, to see if they're going to do it or if they're going to just stay on one side. And there's O'Neill in, whipped away by Gubbins onto the leg side to Stone, and there's no run.
I was trying to work out when O'Neill moved from New Zealand. It just says he moved from a very young age.
Yeah.
One line I didn't get in, actually, when he was bowling to Lehman, which he obviously got out, is that they played against each other in the Sheffield Shield final, and he didn't get Lehman out in either innings in that game.
No, he said in the week that he was looking forward to renewing rivalry and got to find a way to get him out. Well, he did manage to get him this morning. That's an edge and caught, and O'Neill does have a 4th wicket, and Gubbins has to go. Again, there was a long pause there with the bat looking at the umpire looking at the batter, but clearly he nicked it And it's a good take by Verena, his third of the day so far. And Hampshire, after that partnership, which was worth 31, the biggest of the day, have lost their 5th wicket. Nick Gubbins, the opener, out for 36, and Fergus O'Neill has figures of 4 for 19 from 11 overs. Just see it again, he's bowling round the wicket, pitches it up, and he's not done an awful lot wrong there, actually, you know. The opener, on another day, that would have just jagged away without just kissing the outside portion of the bat, but Gubbins has to go for 36. Really important strike made again by Fergus O'Neill. And another catch for Verena, his 3rd of the day so far.
Again, that's a good length. That's just the length to bowl on here. Get the batter forward, just short of a length. They can't adjust. And if you just bang it in a little shorter here, you don't look quite as effective. And that's happened to 1 or 2 bowlers here this season, but the ones that pitch it up just that little further, I know Neil's a more of a skiddy bowler because of his height, they're the ones that have had more success here this season. A good catch as well, Verena, that one. I think Gubbins, I'm not sure whether Gubbins wasn't sure if he edged it or not, or whether he wasn't sure it had carried, but I don't think there was too much doubt. Good delivery, just straightened a fraction, not much, there wasn't much, didn't need to do much, he just did enough. So the new batter.
Good luck.
Yes, it's Pothita. Delano Pothita, South African all-rounder, 29 years of age, another one plucked from the Gauteng club, or the Gauteng first class team in South Africa, the one that Russell Domingo, the Hampshire head coach, was also head coach of. We had Cody Youssef up until this game. Now we've got Pothita, but he's at the non-striker's end.
Tong bowls, this is whipped away on the leg
it's
side.
me, isn't it? Sorry.
All right, I'm going to take a single. Kev, are these 2 members of the Hampshire coaching staff on the boundary edge? Because they've literally been looking at each other face to face since play started here. In earnest conversation. 86 for 5 is the score.
Got a quick guess, no.
Okay.
But I'm not going to say for sure yet. I must admit, they don't ring a bell. No, I'm not sure. They might be, but I'm not sure if they're prominent members of the coaching staff. I might get killed for saying that, because they might be. But I don't recognise them. So I don't recognise one of them anyway.
The new arrival is on strike. Left-hander.
He is. So here we go. First ball for Hampshire. Only learnt he was a Hampshire player on Monday, and he's left that one alone. He does have a good first-class record. He's played 50 matches, first class. It's his first proper trip to England. He did tell me that 2 or 3 years ago he came over here with the MI Academy, Mumbai Indians Academy.
Okay.
Well, not academy, but sort of a Mumbai Indian sort of side who have a stake in South Africa, as you know. And he played sort of 1 or 2 games at club grounds, but he's never played on the main ground, and he's never played at this level. He averages 44 with the bat and 23 with the ball. As Tong is in and he's forward, a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad, but just to repeat the story if you're new to us, that basically he only knew on Monday that he had the chance to become a Hampshire player. Liam Dawson had let the club know after the game at Chelmsford that he didn't want to play first class cricket anymore. A lot of people thought that his decision came after the first test squad was announced for England. That's not the case. He told Hampshire before that. Maybe he'd learned something before that, I don't know that bit, but anyway, he told Hampshire before that. And Hampshire phoned this guy up on the Monday, and he arrived on the Wednesday. Short delivery, that's a quick delivery, and that's a good take from Verena, high above his head.
But wasn't Youssef due to go with the South Africa A in any case?
That I don't know. I wasn't sure if he was due to play in this game or not. I don't know, but you might be right, Dave. I'm sure you're right. It looks like the lights are coming back on. I didn't realise they'd gone off, if I'm honest. Michael Carberry is back with us. Welcome back, Michael.
Afternoon, Kev.
This is our first look at Pothita. It's always left alone. Pads, no shot. Half shout. It was obviously missing off stump, but that may just have nipped back a fraction. Let's watch this on the live picture feed. Comes in and bowls. Yeah, it's high.
It was almost our last look at put heaters there as well, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
Sure you want to be leaving those.
No, that's a little close, isn't it, really? I should imagine he's massively nervous. Do you know, he already, I met him for about 5 minutes this morning before the start of play. He almost introduced himself to me, and mainly because I was talking to Kyle Abbott. So
legend of the club, mate.
Well, no, Carbs, you know that's total rubbish.
Of course, mate.
Of course. You know that.
Even I knew about the legend.
But anyway, that's flicked away on the next side. But anyway, as you mentioned it. No, of course not. Yeah. That's 2 runs, so he's off the mark, which is good to see. But yeah, I mean, most South Africans, you know, they're as polite as they come, and this guy, you know, in the 5 minutes that I spoke to him, is right up there as well. And you know, I said to him, I said, great, you know, welcome. And he told me the story about, you know, how quick this has all happened. And yeah, he's down to play, I think, the first T20 certainly, by the sounds of it, in place of Tristan Stubbs, and then depends on what happens with Stubbs. But he's also around for the next 2 championship matches, he was telling me, next month, which are both away, one at Hove and one at the Oval. So he's looking forward to that, because, as I say, he's never played at any stadiums at all around the country.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ferguson Neal comes in to Ben Brown, pushes that one up the ground. I mean, it could work almost in his favour, not having too much time to think, you know, not having too much time to replay in your head. You know, you have to sort of just, you thrust in there, you kind of got to get on with it. But yeah, say official welcome to a great club. Hope he's start of a long career.
Yeah, signed because basically they need an all-rounder, and Dawson was an all-rounder, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Neill and again to Brown, who's again short of a length, back foot defensively. Yeah, Hampshire find themselves again in spot of bother. Really, 8 for 5, just no let up really. I think Notts have, again after lunch, have really applied a lot of pressure. It's been difficult for these batters to get away, put a few indeterminate shots as well, which hasn't helped their cause, but they've got to keep fighting hard as Neil comes in again. Ben Brown nicely forward, punching it up to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, and Michael, you'll know that, I mean, against the backdrop of Hampshire not batting particularly well, I think there was always going to be some wickets this morning, wasn't it? Because it's a green surface. You know, there are showers, and I don't think we're too far away from another shower coming, actually, if I'm honest. You know, there was going to be some wickets falling anyway this morning, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's still early in the season. I think we've got to remember that. You know, it's only 5 games in. Neil comes in again to Brown. So again, short of a leg delivery. Yeah, I mean, it's how it is early season. If you play cricket in this country, you know, May through June can be quite hard work if you get a little bit of inclement weather. You know, it's hard work for top order batters. And give Notts credit where it's due. I think when they bowl well and they put the ball in the area, you know, Hampshire batters have, you know, made not so much balls that have pitched leg and hit top of off, but that's close. It was catchable. There was a cry of catch. Ben Brown slashing out that one outside off stump. It was another short wide delivery, and that's gone for 4. So maybe he thinks taking the aggressive approach is the way to go for Hampshire here. But yeah, I think if anything, you felt like the Hampshire batters have just succumbed to a little bit of pressure that was just building up. You know, they weren't getting much from the likes of Tong and Ollie Stone and Ferguson O'Neill. I mean, look at those figures: 4 for 23 off 11.5 as he comes to finish the end of this over, and driven beautifully by Ben through extra cover. That's a lovely shot. Hamid gives him chase, but is he going to haul it in? No, it's just crossed the rope. That's another great shot. That's 4 runs. And I think that's what Ben Brown's got to do, really. He's just got to keep playing his way, keep attacking, see if they can put some of these Notts bowlers under a bit of pressure, I feel.
Yeah, well, Ben Brown's playing as confidently as I've seen him play for quite a while, but he is in good form. I think the 2 people walking around the boundary that Dave Bracegirdle mentioned earlier, I think one is Joe Weatherly, and I think the other guy is actually is kind of like a psychologist in a way.
Oh yeah.
I know we've had Michael Caulfield here in the past, but I don't know, I think there's another one. Those 2 there you can see on the screen.
Oh yeah.
on the picture feed, and I think he's part of that as well, but I don't recognise all the backroom staff. The umpires are taking a meter reading because I said that there's some rain coming. I think there is. The ground staff are still around the hover cover. Stephen Clark, who's up in the pavilion, said you should see the rain passing behind you. It looks biblical. Of course, we can't see from behind the hotel, but obviously it's very dark that way, and there it is on the picture feed. Yeah, so it's a lot of dark clouds there. We don't tend to get weather from that area, so that's okay. But when you look over the Shane Warne stand to our right, which is where the camera is on that shot, so it's behind the camera, you might see that there might be some coming.
There's a bit encouraging because there's just to our right over there. They are going off actually, as we speak. So yeah, I think they're going to take the cautious approach.
They are. And probably rightly, and even if it's not raining right now, we had a similar situation before when they went off at around 1:45, and literally within a minute or two the rain came, so I think we're in that same situation. So hopefully it won't be for too long. It does look as though there's some blue sky a little bit further to our right over the New Forests. Where you're looking on the live picture feed, that's more down towards Portsmouth. That doesn't tend to come from that area. That's the blue sky that you can see in the shot that's generally gone already over the ground. We've had that. That's gone. It's the other way behind the camera where the weather will be coming from. So we're going to take a break. 96 for 5 are Hampshire. 31 overs we've had so far on day one. Ben Brown is playing nicely on 24. Potgieter, the South African all-rounder, has scored his first couple of runs in a Hampshire shirt, and you can see with the hover cover, and you can hear the hover cover coming on over the pitch. The umpires have made their way off. The players are already off. We'll take a break and we'll be back as soon as play recommences.
overs if we get them all in, which will mean that Kevin James, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and Michael Carberry could be here till nearly midnight.
No difference to every other day. Yeah, maybe this little break maybe has come at a right time for Hampshire, maybe just to kind of take a little bit of sting out of the situation. I think Notts were just building some good momentum there.
Sort of after lunch, I was sort of talking to Kev about the bowlers. If you're in good rhythm, you want to keep going, but if you're the captain, you might think, oh right, well, O'Neill and Tong have now had the feet up for another half an hour, so they can go again. Maybe Tong was coming towards the end of his spell or whatever, and we can perhaps get him going for even longer.
Yeah, he bowled some quick balls. I've got to say, walking around after lunch, the ball was flying through, and as he begins his run into pot heater, and that's a real loosener. As you say, you're right, getting that old machine going again. Josh Tong, isn't he? Yeah, but certainly walking around the concourse, coming back into the media area, I was stood from side on, and Verena was a long way back, and the ball was zipping through at good pace. You can see from the sort of field set, they've got that sort of leg gully posted in under the armpit, and he's literally level with the keepers. That shows you the kind of pace Josh Tong is generating at the moment as he comes in again for his second delivery into pot heater. Ball on sort of middle and leg stump. Punch to mid on for no run.
He had a bit of success with it last week against Surrey with Jamie Smith, the England and Surrey wicket keeper, out there, and as soon as he came out, they sort of set that leg trap. Ben Duckett, he was certainly relaying lots of things to the skipper and to the bowler, and he went in at leg slip. Tong bowled a bouncer, which Jamie Smith fended off his left ear straight into the hands of Duckett.
Yeah, it was a peach of a delivery. Tong comes in again to the left-handed Heater, who leaves that one well alone outside of stump.
Has this one crossed your radar at all, a Delano pot heater?
No, I'm like you. I'm first view of him, and yeah, wish him well. I mean, it's an unusual situation, but I suppose in the world now of T20, where players are plane hopping, in and out of dressing rooms, it's not too uncommon. I'd imagine they're pretty used to it now.
Great chance for him.
Absolutely. What can he do against Tong as he comes in past the umpire Shaughnessy into bowl? Another one outside off stump. You could just do with that length being maybe half a yard fuller, I would say. Still very what we call pretty length, going through waist high. He's adopting quite an attacking field. Josh Tong, 3 slips, a gully, that leg slip as we talked about.
I think you've got to, really, haven't you?
Absolutely.
He's that sort of bowler. He's your spearhead.
Absolutely. So he comes in, bustling run into Heater again, and that was another great leave. And shaping back after it passed the stumps, Varani had to scoot quite a long way to his left-hand side there, take the ball on the inside, really shape that. But so far, it looks pretty composed, doesn't he, to Heater? Doesn't look phased.
Yeah, I'm sure at some stage during the next couple of days get the chance to speak to Carl Verena and see what he knows about him.
Absolutely. Tong comes in, elbows flared. Had another heavy back of a length delivery. That's left alone through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. 96 for 5 of 32.
He's a player known, of course, by the Hampshire coaching staff, so he comes here, at least he's going to be working under, a familiar voice. Don't know how many of the players he'll know, but you soon get to make friends, don't you, in a new dressing room?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I say he's got some big shoes to fill with the recent retirement of Liam Dawson. But he's got to be his own man.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing. He's got to do things his way. That's why he was brought in.
Just been joined by listeners to Sports Extra here at the Utilita Bowl. Dave Bracegirdle alongside former England opener Michael Carberry, as Fergus O'Neill, who's got 4 of the 5 wickets to fall today, bowls his first ball after a stoppage of getting on for 40 minutes. This is eased into the offside by Ben Brown, the Hampshire skipper, who's on 24. It's been a familiar tale for Hampshire followers this season, with 4 wickets going down during a truncated morning session and 1 straight afterwards. 4 of the wickets to O'Neill, the other one to Lyndon James. O'Neill, ball in hand from the pavilion end, bowls, and Ben Brown tucks it down to long leg for a single. Josh Tong is bowling from this end, so it's quite a stiff challenge that Hampshire's middle order that have got to negotiate at the moment, and out there trying to do that, a man on debut, the South African Delano Potheater, who, as we understand, Kevin James has done some delving. He's been down and met the man this morning. Monday morning, he didn't even know he'd be flying to England on the Wednesday to play for Hampshire on the Friday, but that's exactly what happened, and he leans forward and pushes this on the offside. Came in at 7, he's 2 not out, off the back of a very fine domestic season in his homeland.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some good credentials. I was looking at, you can't sneeze at a batting average of 44, I believe, and 23 with the ball, so there's obviously some talent there. And as I said, he's just got to be his own man, and you wish him well.
Left-hander, so O'Neill bowling round the wicket. Umpire Alex Wolf is at the far end. He's given a couple of LBWs already today for O'Neill. This one's just eased into the covers. Notts with 3 slips. Liam Patterson-White at first on the day that he was announced in the England Lions squad of 15 to face South Africa A, and a couple of Hampshire players in there as well. Young Ben Mays and Eddie Jack in there, so neither of them playing in this match. Nice, I'm sure, for each of them to know that the selectors are keeping half an eye on their work as Potheater turns this to mid-wicket and there's no run. Ollie Stone doing the fielding.
So far, it looks a very organised player for a number 7. Looks to have a decent technique. Overall, played quite straight. I think you need to do that against the likes of O'Neill, who's been bang on the money pretty much all day.
I'm sure Kyle Abbott will have him under his wing already. Fellow South African, of course, as next delivery is again turned to leg. Doesn't appear in any great hurry to get on with things here. Potheater just content to play out Fergus O'Neill. The end of the over, the end of the 33rd over. It's been a bit of a stop-start day. We went off for lunch at about 1:45. Didn't come back until was it 10 to 2, and then we went off again just after 2:30. It's been, I guess, an opportunity really for the bowlers to just keep popping off and getting their feet up, but also an opportunity, I guess, to lose what little bit of rhythm they had. But Fergus O'Neill certainly all day has kept running in, hitting the right area, and apart from the wickets he's got, he's been the pick of the bowlers, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. Been very, very patient. I think he's really set the template on how to bowl on this pitch as Josh Tong begins his second over into Ben Brown, who's getting nicely forward. And that's the sort of length we're talking about from Josh Tong. I think sometimes, again, guilty of bowling that sort of tall man's length, which looks, let's say, as the optics look lovely, the ball flies through to the keeper, but pretty comfortable on a surface like this. I think you want the likes of Ben Brown coming forward. If there's any movement, both in or out, you can find the outside edge or top of off. And Tong comes into 3 slips, bustling run into Brown. He bowls one on his pads and tucks that into a wideish mid-on, fielded by Hamid.
Be interesting to see if with a left-hander back on strike, the leg slip, leg gully goes in there again. So I wonder if this has come from the analysts or from Verena, who will obviously have played against him many times in his homeland. Yeah, he's gone in there, so clearly they think there's something there, because they had a more orthodox field for the right-handed Ben Brown.
Yeah. And interestingly, he's now opting to come over the wicket, Josh Tong, whereas before he was operating round the wicket. So maybe don't be surprised if that short ball into the ribs comes. He does tend to sort of walk across the crease a little bit, Potheater. So maybe Verena knows something from domestic cricket. If you can almost get it in that left-hander's blind spot, which actually works pretty well for Josh Tong's sort of style of bowling. As I say, he sort of goes past the perpendicular, as we say, so it's a natural angle for him.
It's always good to have some sort of plan. It's always good to change it if it doesn't work.
So he comes in again to Pottijoe's cut that away. That's a beautiful shot. Short and wide. And hammered pass, backward point for 4. That's a good one to get off and running.
Yes, he'll enjoy that one. And of course, I guess it's nice as the applause lingers in the background. Attention drawn to the fact that that takes Hampshire into 3 figures, the 100 up, 102 for 5. I guess it's nice he's got his skipper out there as well, his new captain, Ben Brown. So should he need the odd word of reassurance or just need the odd word of maybe just passing on what this bowler does or that bowler does. I'm sure he knows what Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tong do, but he might need, as he goes on through his innings, might need just a little word or two perhaps on the likes of Lyndon James, who he undoubtedly hasn't faced before.
Absolutely. Tong in again. Here comes a short one, and Wahita sways nicely out of the way of that one, lets it go past his chest. It was almost the typical fast bowler's response to being slapped back with a point.
Certainly a Josh Tong response. These sides corresponding women's teams, if we can put it that way, are meeting at Trent Bridge today. The Blaze 85 for 2. Hampshire earlier were all out for 209, so that'll be an interesting one to keep half an eye on over the next couple of hours.
It's Tong in again to Wahita, and that's another short ball. One just decking away slightly to Verena, and that's the end of another over.
I started off this morning thinking I was going to be pronouncing it a little bit like a poltergeist because it's spelled a bit like that, and the longer it goes on, I think we're learning more. It's more like rhymes with fajita than anything else. But it's a new one on its county championship debut. I said Kevin had a little natter with him this morning. He'd been to England, I think, once or twice before, played a bit of club cricket, but nothing beyond that. So this new experience for him. Fergus O'Neill, 4 wickets today, 2 LBWs, 2 catches at the wicket. Comes in looking for a 5 from bowls to Brown, who plays forward to a ball pitched up on the stumps. And the ball trickles up to Tong, who's now at mid-on, and there's no run. I do believe we've got a little bit of blue sky. Not much, but a little bit of blue sky.
Yeah, just a passing sprinkle.
I hope it brings its cousins with it, and we don't get any more interruptions. Due to play through until a fixed tea time of 4:05 as this is cut into the offside, and there's no run, and then a lengthy evening session. Still got the floodlights on, but right now I think it's just it's almost a matter of protocol, isn't it? Once they've turned them on, I think they like to leave them on just in case there's more dark clouds coming. Notts will be eager to continue their fine work. If they could bowl Hampshire out today, it's a sizable step forward to winning any county championship game, isn't it? If you get 10 wickets on the opening day, as O'Neill bowls, and this is turned on the leg side. Very much seems to be the modern way. It's certainly the way with Notts. They obviously well aware you need 20 wickets to win a game, and they do like to sort of get about their business on the first morning if they can.
Yeah, but certainly giving themselves every chance. 102 for 5. I would be delighted with today. As you say, at the moment, no better opponent at the moment than coming up against Hampshire, a bit short on confidence right now.
O'Neill again in and bowls. Brown playing nicely, eases it into the offside. There'll be a couple there. Young sub Sam Seaturns out on that side of the ground doing the fielding. Not sure who he's just popped on for. A quick comfort break, 2 more runs. And the home. He may have a role as Hampshire's prominent spinner in this particular game should they need to take pace off the ball. Of course, people just joining may not have been up to speed with the news this week. The big news really, Michael, from Hampshire, Liam Dawson's retirement from the first class game.
Absolutely, as Tong comes in, that's a spiteful delivery first up. Organ 2 feet in the air, fending that one off his nose, but just manages to get enough on it, just beating that third slip. Flew down to third man. That was a peach of a delivery to receive first up. I don't think Felix Organ was, that certainly gets the sleep out of the eyes.
I don't even know if fourth slip might have caught it. They might have needed a fifth slip in there. They are fairly well spread, to be fair, the 3 Nottinghamshire slips, but it was in the air, but it was well to the right of Jack Haynes at third slip.
Yeah, Josh Tong really putting the foot to the pedal now, steaming in, those arms flared. Big man running in, he's in again and that's an appeal. Is that going to be given? Ooh, that's probably just the height, just going over. He felt, but the line looked good. Just nipping back.
I'll say this: I've been fairly critical over the years of sides that almost appeal for everything, and I won't quite say today Notts have been absolute 9 out of 10 at that level, but there's been a lot of appeals where initially you think they're absolutely 100% confident, and then it's not been given, and that was another one. Initially they all went up and they were all just about to celebrate.
Yeah.
Not seen a replay of that one, might have been outside the line.
Absolutely. It's a stiff examination here for Organ as Tong comes in again, and a searing bouncer, which Organ manages to crouch the knees. He's probably wandering away to square leg, wondering what the hell have I done here?
Yeah, Pot Eater's playing him well, isn't he? He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Yeah, the thing with bobbing down like that to Tong, make sure you don't leave the bat sticking up there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's now been changed actually everywhere. Brown court sub, which is the right thing. Poor old Sammy Seatram won't get his name on any of these scorecards, but he knows he caught it.
Tong in again to Organ. That one's pushed down to fine leg, and that's gone for 4. It's just beaten the leg slip. It was a chancy shot, knowing that the leg slip was in place there, but he managed to get it just wide of him for 4.
He's playing in with a stick of rhubarb here, Michael. Is it 2 4s off Tong in this over? One an edge through 5th slip through the air that he didn't know much about, and one down the leg side that he's just got a tickle on it.
As I always say, they talk about playing in the V, but no one said it had to be in front of square. The V can be behind. Tong comes in again to Organ. Organ nicely forward, pushes out. Oh, and I tell you what, he was out with a hit. I don't think Pohita was really expecting that single, which he should have been really.
It was Ollie Stone, the fielder.
But you get a sense he was out with a hit. But yeah, it's just panic at the moment.
I suspect he was well out as well with it. He just pushed it to Stone in the covers, and whether it was Organ drop and called him or Pot Eater, again maybe eager to get down to the non-striker's end, set off and went, but Ollie Stone swooped in, clean enough pick-up, shy at the stumps from 15-18 yards away, obviously from the cover region, and everybody just waiting to see if the ball would clatter into the stumps, including Kevin James, who's just popped back to replace former England opener Michael Carberry. A nervy single for the home side, 114 for 6 the score.
Yes, well, it looks easy enough to get out, let alone running your own teammates out. Oh dear. Yes, I had to turn the other way. Yeah, there is, it's got a bit stuck. If you're watching the live picture feed, things are stuck. It's turned away on the leg side. Is it you or me, Dave? Sorry, it's you.
You have okay. Fergus O'Neill starts a new over. And this is a more confident single from Felix Organ, who's now on 10 from 6. And he can just take in his surrounds at the non-striker's end. Pot Eater, the left-hander, to face Fergus O'Neill now. Kevin alongside, and he's brought the blue sky with him and a little bit of warm sunshine, I think, for the first time in the day. The South African left-hander wearing 67 drops this on the leg side, Stonefields. Presumably this is a number that's followed him around his career. You don't randomly get allocated number 67 normally when you join a new county.
Yeah, I know Kyle Abbott's 87 is the year he was born. I'm not sure that for Potheater, 67 is the year he was born. I think that's a million miles away.
We're all taking your lead on the pronunciation as O'Neill bowls to number 67.
That's the best way of saying it.
Plays for Gauteng in South Africa. Is a member of the Gauteng clan.
Yeah, they won.
Got one of their records, I think.
Oh, have you now? Yeah, they won the 4-day series out in South Africa. Won the Division 1 final in March, and that's the club that Russell Domingo also is head coach at. Yeah.
O'Neill from the pavilion end. This is turned on the leg side, and again Stone throws himself full length to make a stop. Just hope he hasn't done himself any damage down there. He's sat down on the ground. Hopefully he's just working on the ball rather than in any sort. Yeah, he is. He's just giving the ball a polish, but he's going to need dragging back to his feet. He's a wonderful fielder, Ollie Stone. He really does throw himself around, fully committed. And in the last over, really, there was a real opportunity to execute a run out, just narrowly missed. Next ball is hit him on the pad here. Big ask by O'Neill, doesn't get his 5th wicket. Russell Warren says no. O'Neill puts his hands together in front of his face, almost like he was praying there, and now he's having a little word with a former Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan all-rounder, Alex Wharf.
Oh, we just missed the replay.
Yeah.
Oh, just missed it. Well, we didn't miss it.
It's given him a couple, hasn't he, today? Bowling round the wicket. Right on it in this match, Fergus O'Neill. Went wicketless last week against Surrey on his first game back from injury. Potheater defends this back along the carpet. Nice afternoon now, 115 for 6. Still that greenish tinge on the wicket that we had this morning. Overcast conditions, no real surprise. Asiba Mead said we'll have a bowl, and they were quickly into them. And the 5th over, Toby Albert out. That was 14 for 1. Fletcher Middleton didn't score, 22 for 2. 32 for 3 when Jake Lehman fell. And O'Neill had all 3 at that stage. A wicket for Lyndon James, and since then another for O'Neill, and most recently Ben Brown out to Josh Tong. That feels like a significant one, really.
Yes, it was, yeah. And if you are watching on the live picture feed, it's not that the director has refused to believe that Ben Brown has been dismissed and believes he should be batting. It's just they've got stuck somewhere along the line. But it is 115 for 6 currently. And we are just waiting for a change of kit by the looks of it in the slips. Something's going on there. There's somebody wearing some black shorts at the moment.
It's Ben Slater, and he's normally the short legger when Josh Tong's bowling, so it looks like this is something else I tend to point out when other counties are doing it, so should point it out when Nots are doing it. Why should we be all waiting and watching somebody getting dressed, really? Get him off, get a sub on, do it while you're off the field of play.
Yeah, it's either that or he doesn't like the changing rooms. He's refusing. He says, no, I'd rather change anywhere else but the away dressing room. You're right, Dave, we have some lovely bright sunshine at the moment, but I fear there is some more rain behind this. Probably in, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe.
Oh dear.
If you look to the right, Dave, in fact, I think, if anything, it's darker to the right than at any point of today's play. So let's just hope it's not as bad as it looks. As we wait for Ben Slater to get fully changed. I'd have a points penalty here for slowing the game up. If I was, I'd give Hampshire 2 points. 115 for 6 then.
It all helps.
10. It will. Well, as you know, we need it. We need all the help we can get. Is it my over or yours? I've forgotten.
Yours.
It's mine. Thank you very much.
A bit of Josh Tong.
Well, I would rather not, as that's turned away. That's nicely fielded by Ben Slater. Great reactions. It was hit into the ground, but as it bounced up, straight into the hands.
Yes, you're a similar style of bowler to, or you were a similar style of bowler to Josh Tong. So
with similar
probably
pace. Yeah, look to bang it in and get it up there around the head. Not. No, I'm not sure I'd enjoy it, even if as a batter. I'm not sure I'd enjoy Josh Tong. I think what Josh Tong does really well is he gets the little kick off the pitch, which is very awkward indeed. As he bowls, that's down the leg side. I mean, that's great carry. It's fantastic carry. When you think, you know, even Ollie Stone probably didn't get this sort of carry. He's just got the. Some bowlers have this natural knack, and of course, Notts fans don't need any reminding of people like Hadley and people like that. Yeah. He had this knack of just bowling the ball, and you think, well, that's no pace, and then it hits the deck and goes off the deck. And some bowlers, and do you know what? I know you've mentioned this before when we've commentated, and I will mention it once, having not been prompted. I faced Rodney Hogg in that game up at Trent Bridge years ago. There's organs off the back foot.
When you played for England, Kev?
Well, it was in England.
When you played for England?
Well, it was an England legend side, and I was only playing because a mate of mine who'd organised the game, I think on the Saturday night, phoned me and said, Kev, I'm one short. I've got nobody else. Can you just at least make up 11? That's the only reason I was playing. But I remember facing Rodney Hogg in that game. You know, the one that used to get low, then he'd come up and then he would. And I remember watching him, I remember watching him sort of in the Ashes years and years ago on TV and think, God, he looks a nightmare. Because he just had that knack, didn't he, of just the ball just coming off the wicket. That's short, and Organ ducks underneath that one. And even at the age of 70 or something, as he was in that game, was not quite 70. But he did exactly the same, got low and then bowled, and I faced him and I thought, my God, in his pomp, he must have been an absolute nightmare, because even in that game, he was hard work. And Josh Tong, I think, just has that sort of, he has that skiddy, and you think, where's that come from? You know, where on earth has that bounced from?
Who else did they have? Was there a Lawson played in that game?
Jeff Lawson played that game.
Yeah, of course, Jeff.
Simon O'Donnell, David Boone. Oh gosh, it was a who's who, wasn't it?
It was.
Organ is forward, and he's not quite sure about that one because he's hit that inside edge onto the inside leg, and that looks like it's hurt.
Ian East, can you tell us please how Ben Brown got out? Because they never did end up showing it on the live stream. It was a bouncer from Josh Tong, or a shortish ball from Josh Tong that got big on Brown. He went to help it down the leg side, but helped it down the leg side in the air all the way to the long leg, where the subfielder Sam Seacharan was nicely positioned and took a relatively comfortable catch. Nice moment for the young man.
He took it well, didn't he? Steadied himself, kept his eye on the ball all the way into the hands, and that's exactly how you catch the ball. Now, what's happening down on the boundary edge?
I think it's the football being kicked that they're not too. The umpires have just said, "Kick that football off."
That's what they've done.
A little bit of.
Fortunately, who would have thought that would have taken a couple of minutes to sort out? But it has. Hamid has just gone a little squarer at mid-wicket. Oh, it's not Hamid, is it? It's
O'Neill.
O'Neill's going to move a little square at on the leg side. Length ball, which Organ works to backward a point, and that's at the end of the over. 115 for 6. Can I read this email out, Dave, quickly between overs? This one's from Michael James, who signs it, in brackets, not a relation, I believe. And he says, what is this? Oh, anyway. He says, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. With the news of Liam Dawson retiring from 4-day cricket, do you think that could lead to Kyle Abbott leaving Hampshire? No, I'm not sure. Not really. He's bowling well. I think he might want to carry on a little while longer if the club want him. Especially with the team struggling to score runs this season, so not having many runs to play with and carrying the attack. I know it's difficult for him, of course it is. Even more so now with Sonny Baker called into the England Test squad. Will the players called up for the England Lions not be able to play in the T20 Blast competition? I would say, actually, if the Lions is what, next month? Did you say it's coming up soon, Dave?
I think the first one starts next Friday. They're back-to-back 4-day games, essentially.
Yeah. Well, the Blast starts next Friday, so they certainly won't be available for that then.
It's Lyndon James from the far end replacing Fergus O'Neill. This is pushed into the offside by Podheater for a single. In that last over, Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, was clearly displeased that Farhan Ahmed, who's the 12th man for Notts, who was off the field, and Fergus O'Neill, who was down at long leg on the field, were just in between deliveries, just passing a football from one to the other. And he sort of stopped play and said, "Kick that football away," or words to that effect. Which, of course, they shouldn't be doing, really, but Got a bit of a ticking off from O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah. So my guess is then that they won't be around for the blast, actually. Be very surprised.
It's certainly got to eat into 3 or 4 games, hasn't it? Back-to-back 4-day games. There's James then, over the wicket to the right-handed Felix Organ, who defends. Would either have been likely to feature?
Ben Mays, yes. Yeah. And Eddie Jack, yes.
Yeah, same with Liam Patterson-White, I would imagine, with Notts.
Yeah, so...
I've got Farhan Ahmed as a spin option. Of course, he's played a bit of Lions cricket, but he's not been selected. And also the South African George Linder.
Is he a left-arm spinner or something?
This is dropped on the leg side. I thought he was a right-arm off spinner, but you might have the advantage on me.
Well, he did play for Kent against us once, I think. And obviously spin is probably right, but maybe I've got that wrong. Let me have a look.
Again, if you're watching the stream, that score, just ignore the graphics. It's 116 for 6. Oh, he is a left-armer. There we are. Let's get this out of the way, and then we'll start doing some blast homework. Clearly needed. James bowls again to Felix Organ, who defends. Still to come for the home side, Kyle Abbott. Brad Wheel, the Scottish international, playing his first county championship game of 2026, and then Sonny Baker, selected in the England party for the New Zealand Test matches. He'll bring up the rear. Filthy black cloud, certainly to our right. Let's just hope it scoots around and disappears. As Organ mistimes the attempted cut into the offside off Lyndon James, who's got 1 wicket to his name, dismissed Tom Prest almost at the second time of asking. You just couldn't believe it, could you really? You escape a huge appeal for caught behind and then go even harder at the next one and nick it.
Yes, it didn't look good, did it? The ground staff haven't gone around to the cover, which is interesting.
Comes James once more, past Alex Wharf, down the leg side, and Organ will clip this away. There's Ben Slater doing the fielding. He's hampered by those protective pads because he's been in at short leg with Josh Tong bowling. End of the over, 117 for 6, the home side, after Seeba Mead, the Notts skipper, won the toss and put them in. Going to get a bowling change at this end, so Slater actually is taking those protective pads off right now. Maybe could have done that at the start of the over. We are going to get Ollie Stone back into the attack, who's the only one now of the 4 bowlers used to take a wicket.
There was a bit more in that email to Michael James. I'll just read out the rest. It says, thank you to you, Dave and Michael, for bringing the coverage today. We're so lucky in England. I was watching quite a bit of South African domestic 4-day cricket, and often there was no commentary and a camera just from one end. Most of the matches were at test grounds, and virtually all the time there was more wildlife watching than cricket fans. I remember when what was his name? Bjorn Fortuyn played some games. He's another Gotang player as well, for Hampshire last year as a left-arm spinner when he filled in when Liam Dawson was away, and he said he couldn't believe how many people watch Championship cricket here compared to 4-day cricket in South Africa. We all were going about small crowds. Here comes Ollie Stone then, taking over from Josh Tong, and Organ's on the back foot, strokes that out into the covers. I was watching the coverage of Nottinghamshire against Surrey earlier in the week, says Michael. Will anyone be taking on the man bun challenge? So what happened there then, Dave?
Jordan Clark, the Surrey player, had a very pretty man bun, which at various times Mr. Church called both a ponytail and a top knot, but our correspondents decided it was a man bun.
A top knot?
A top knot.
I thought those disappeared after you were about 2 years old, as Ollie Stone bowls. Bit of bounce, nicely on top of the bounce was Felix Organ, works that out through point, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played.
And you've met producer Kirsty at Trent Bridge, who runs the live stream, looks after all the camera crew there, and
she got a top knot?
Generally looks after everything. She hasn't, but she knows how to do a top knot, and volunteered to give the esteemed Mr. Mark Church a top knot on air with the commentator's cam there and all the rest of it. So so Mark Church for the rest of one afternoon had a top knot, alongside me.
And did he look fetching? Could you not work out whether to watch him or the cricket?
It's not great radio, but I did take a photograph, which I can show you if you're desperate to see.
Love to see it. Organ works that through the covers, just in front of point this time. Perhaps the bat a little bit further away from the body, but nevertheless, he kept in control of the shot, and that's back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, when I find it, I'll
have a look there. So ignore what's happening on the picture feed in terms of what's the ticker tape below, because Hampshire have moved on to 125 for 6. So the live pictures are okay, but
So there's a photograph of producer Kirsty doing the top knot, and there is the end result.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Again, not great radio, but
no.
Just showing my colleague.
To be honest, it's probably best if you are
Yeah.
listening online and, well, anywhere really, watching or listening, that you didn't see a picture of that really. Here's Stone again, and that's off the edge, thick outside edge, bounces in front of third slip, nice stop.
Disappointingly, I offered my services, but I wasn't allowed to have a top knot.
Was you not?
No. I don't think there were enough basic materials for producer Kirsty to work with.
There wasn't a hairpiece lying around. Surprising, that. 125 for 6, and those dark clouds are beginning to come over, but again the ground staff are unmoved.
Good.
They're still in the tunnel loop, which is exactly the opposite end to where the hover cover is, and they obviously feel it's not going to rain, so we'll take their lead. Here's Ollie Stone, right arm over, runs in again, bowls, and Morgan works it away on the onside. Tom Richards has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says incredible coverage. As always. Well, okay, thank you.
Some people are easily pleased.
Yeah, well, stellar career, Dawson. Now time to make some dough. Listen, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure that was actually in his psyche when he made that decision. That's only my thinking, my understanding. How has there not been a replacement put in place, or if it was it on the cards? Well, listen, it's a difficult one to answer in a way, as Stone comes in. I have mentioned it. Oh, that's dropped at gully.
Yeah.
Oh my word, that's dropped at gully. Organ has gone for the same shot there, not in such a good position, and that's been put down. So a life for Felix Organ, 125 for 6.
Yes, Lyndon James there is going to keep the ball and bowl the next over. It certainly appeared that it hit straight to him on the fall and went down, but again, we haven't had an opportunity of a close-up second viewing of that, but my reading of it was exactly the same as Kev's.
I mean, quickly, didn't it?
It did, but say it was straight to him. We've got to be expecting it in that position, surely. Just 2 slips now. Lyndon James to bowl to Potheater. Tea at 4:05. Bowls now and dropped on the leg side. Elsewhere in Division 1, Leicestershire 237 for 5 at Essex. Almost a runner ball, 89 earlier from Sol Budinger. Somerset 238 for 4. That's at Taunton against Sussex. Glamorgan were 0 for 2. Remember this morning they're 199 for 3 at Edgbaston, playing Warwickshire. Yorkshire 218 for 4. Harry Brook out for what a lot of people are describing as a loose shot for 7. This one into the pads of Potheater. Division 2, lots of wickets, lots of runs. Gloucestershire 99 for 6. They're at tea against Northants. They've had quite a bit of rain there as well. Kent have the day's first Centurion, Ben Dawkins, 119 not out. They're 245 for 1 at Beckenham against Durham. Worcestershire 220 for 8 at Southport against Lancashire, and Middlesex are 9 down, 171 for 9 against Derbyshire. There's Lyndon James bowling. Potheater defence. That is at Lords, and in the women's match at Trent Bridge, the Blaze now 120 for 4, so they need 90 more from 23 overs to defeat Hampshire women.
Who's in for you
Orla
guys?
Prendergast, Kelly Beaumont, Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwes.
Georgia
now
Elwes
out.
is gone.
Yeah. All the scores, of course, on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. As Lyndon James bowls to the left-handed South African, who shoulders arms, and it goes through into the gloves of the right-handed South African, the Notts wicket-keeper Carl Verreynne. have to say it's got very, very dark indeed, and it's probably a good job the floodlights are in use at the moment. But we might get it through to tea, which is about 12 minutes away. We're going to have another sprinkling. Let's hope it happens then, as Lyndon James in once more. Run away for one something. We'll have a look at Alex Wharf, see if there was bat involved. Nope. It's a leg by. Bowled round the wicket, and didn't look too bad a shout actually, but Alex Wharf just taps his knee, gives a leg by to the total. 126 for 6, Hampshire.
They're having a look at that weather, aren't they? Both the umpire and the non-striker.
James in again. Bowls driven beautifully, straight drive down the ground from Felix Organ. Hamid's after it, loses the floppy sun out, puts the dive in, and he's dragged it back, and there was a miscommunication between the two of them. Obviously they've not batted together before, Felix Organ and Delano Potheater, but they eventually settle on 2. I think had they come for here come the ground staff, and they're not going round to get the hover cover, they're running across the pitch. This is bad news, isn't it? Yeah, off they go. That's going to be the 3rd stoppage of the day at 128 for 6. Felix Organ is 21 not out. Delano Potheater 7 not out in that last passage of play. Ben Brown was dismissed. A wicket for Josh Chong, bouncing Ben Brown, and the Hampshire skipper hooking it down to long leg into the hands of the subfielder. That was 105 for 6. This pair have added 21, 126 for 6. There's a tannoy going on behind us, Kev. I would imagine they'll be looking to take an early tea.
Yeah, I'll just quickly, before we finish, just finish off the rest of the email from Tom Richards, because there's a couple of questions there. He says, how come there wasn't a replacement put in place for Dawson if it was on the cards? Well, as I sort of, as we've been talking about and explained a little bit earlier, I think it was a little bit difficult in a way, because it did look as though he was going to give up Championship cricket at the end of last season when Hampshire looked like they were going down, and then 2 or 3 hours later Durham capitulated against Yorkshire, so Hampshire stayed up, and I think it was after that that he then had a rethink. So I think then 5 games into this season he's then called it quits. It puts the club a little bit on the back foot, if I'm honest, but Dawson, as we said, hasn't had a great season this year, and it's hard because this team is obviously finding it tough, and so I think you can look at it several ways there. He also says, Tom, what is the reasoning for James Fuller being left out this week? I mean, I can only guess that he's still on his way back to full fitness. Yes, he picked up 5 wickets last week and bowled really well, but it might be that 4-day games aren't the easiest things in the world to play, especially as an all-rounder. It might be that maybe he's feeling some sort of reaction to last week. I don't know. I'll try and find that out. And Ryan O'Connor's name's come up again. Hythe and Dibden's. I don't know why people keep mentioning this guy, but anyway, he's playing at home to Winton tomorrow. Happy to mention that. So there we go. Right, we'll take a break. You can hear the hover cover coming on. We'll take a slightly early tea, and hopefully when these clouds pass over, we'll have another period of play before the next shower comes. Speak to you soon. some heavy showers. We have not had play since before 4 o'clock, when Hampshire left the field at 128 for 6. We've had just 41 overs so far. We are due to get underway in just a few minutes' time. There are 15 overs of play left in day one, but when I look away to my right towards the New Forest, where the weather comes from, I'm afraid I'm not sure how much we are actually going to get of those 15 overs. It's been a day so far that's belonged to the visitors, and Fergus O'Neill, with the fine figures of 4 for 32 from 15 overs, has ripped pretty much the heart out of the Hampshire batting. Just Nick Gubbins, who was the one wicket to fall in between rain showers this afternoon, he went for 36. He was one of O'Neill's 4 wickets. Ben Brown has also gone this afternoon for 29. Those are the 2 top scorers. The other wicket takers, Josh Tong has picked up 1. Lyndon James also has 1. And it's a very green wicket out there. The ball has done a little bit, but Hampshire's batting, as we know this year, is very fragile indeed. Right, Dave Bracegirdle is still here with us. He's hung around, and also so too is Michael Carberry. I'm Kevin James, and myself, Michael, will take you through. Well, I'm just looking at those clouds, Michael. I would like to say this over before they leave the field.
Next 6 balls.
Yeah, it might not even be that, but it might not be much after that. But anyway, at the moment, it's almost perfect sunshine, which is quite incredible. But when you look down the ground, you think, yeah, no problem. When you look to the right, you think, here's the problem coming. Yeah. Right, so it's been a difficult day, Carbs, isn't it, again for Hampshire?
Yeah, absolutely, Jomo. Yeah, it's not been... Yeah, it's been another tough day, been a tough week for the club, but they've got to fight hard now.
So here we go then, and we've got the first delivery bowled by, that was Josh Tong, of course it was, and that is bowling to Delano Pothita, the South African that only learnt that he was a Hampshire player last Monday, arrived on Wednesday, and he's played pretty tightly for his 7. Left-hander, all-rounder, taking the place basically of Liam Dawson. Hampshire had to move fast to get another all-rounder in their side. He might not bowl spin, he bowls seam, but they've got another all-rounder. Josh Tong has just lost his run up there. So he's played okay. Felix Organ at the non-striker's end has also played pretty well for his 21, although he has been dropped in the gully off Ollie Stone when he was on 19. So it could have been a lot worse for Hampshire. Tong around the wicket. Oh, that's close to the off stump. Bounced twice through to Verena, sorry, the keeper. That didn't bounce much.
It's a little bit worrying, isn't it? Especially from a man of Josh Tong's height as well.
Yeah.
It's, again, another tight lead from Pothita. He had one early, I think, 2nd or 3rd ball, which we thought was quite close as well. It was probably just going over.
Yeah, hit him on the pads, didn't it, with his bat up in the air.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got a good first-class record. 50 matches, averages 44 with the bat. That's wide outside off stump. And again, 2 bounces through to Verena. Earlier with Josh Tong bowling from our commentary in the hotel end, we got lovely carry, but those first 2 balls have really died.
Yeah, maybe cut the big fella some slack. Maybe the first 2 or 3 balls a little bit stiff.
Yes, run in, keep going. This is his 14th over, actually. 14 out of the 41 that have been bowled. He's he's put in a decent shift, that's for sure, and has got the ball through quite quickly at times. Yeah. In again, bowls, and that's hit away but not timed by Pothita. That's gone out into the covers.
Yeah, just missing out on that one. Yeah, again, not altogether happy with the landings, Josh Tong. He's had some injuries over the years, so just making sure there's a tentative sort of start from the big man.
Yeah.
Formerly of Worcester, now of Notts.
He's picked up already 11 wickets before this game at 25 apiece. Another one to add to that, as that's nicely clipped up to mid-on, but he finds the fielder. And that sun is just about to disappear behind some pretty heavy cloud, and the ground staff have positioned themselves, or 90% of them have anyway, by the hover cover to our right. So the last of the shadows, which you can see on the live picture feed, will Those will disappear very shortly. Heavy cloud from the west once more as Tong comes in and bowls. Nice looking drive into the gap through extra cover. Just stroked it rather than hit it. It'll bring him just a single, and Pothita will keep the strike. He's 8 not out, 129 for 6.
Yeah, again a nice looking shot from Pothita. He looked very assured, I've got to say. Looked very organised, very balanced player. Almost looks like someone who should be batting a lot higher up than number 7. I believe he was carded to come in, but you know, he weathered the storm nicely, I've got to say, because it wasn't an easy time when he came in. Tong firing on all cylinders at one end, the ball flying through. But you know, Felix Organ's also played pretty nicely as well, I've got to say.
Yes, green wicket or not, Hampshire need a lot more than this in their first innings.
Yeah, well, they've got to make that drop catch count now, isn't it? At this level, in this division, you don't get many chances, and when you do, you've got to make it count. As Ollie Stone begins from the pavilion end, or who would have thought? Game of cricket going on, someone walking in front of the side screen.
There's literally 6 people in the ground,
Literally.
and one of those, the 7th, has walked straight
in front of him. Yeah. Who would have thought? Game of cricket been going on all day. Right, let's start again. Ollie Stone, he runs in past the umpire to Pothita, who has a bounce, a short ball. He had a little flap and I'm not sure if it was glove. What's this umpire signal? Buys. Okay, so nothing on it. But again, good carry from Ollie Stone. Flew through.
It did, didn't it? Really bounced.
Yeah. And that was the area we were talking about with Pothita just before the rain break. You know, Notts had posted a kind of leg slip position just under the armpit. They've decided not to go with it this time around. I think it was pretty close to those gloves. Ollie Stone comes in again round the wicket to the left-hander, who's nicely in behind that one. Everything in behind that. Was the perfect back defensive for no run.
I was just watching, whoever that was walking behind the arm has just walked down the tunnel, picked up what looked like to be a water bottle that was just plonked on top of the roller or the super sopper, and now has just walked down the tunnel. I have no idea who it was.
Random punter.
Yeah.
So Ollie Stone comes in again. With a left-handed Pothita. Again, short of a length ball. Pothita negotiating that one quite nicely. Nod of approval. I suppose what would Notts be happy with the end of this sort of 15 over, if we get all those in tonight, what would they be happy with? Another 2 wickets?
Got to be able to. 1 certainly, yeah.
Certainly opposition 8 down going into tomorrow. Hopefully a quick clean-up job and get batting.
Yeah. A few more showers around tomorrow as well, I think.
Stone comes in again, arms pumping, bowls on Pothita's hip, who works that one away nicely behind square. It's a bit of a slip from O'Neill. Chase that one down. It's a bit slow to get up. Looks okay. They're through for like just a single, which should have really been pushing for 2 there, but never mind. Brings the right-handed Felix Organ on strike.
Yes, my app suggests that it's pretty much the same tomorrow as we've had today. I think calves from about lunchtime onwards.
Yeah, which in a strange way may help Hampshire in this little doldrum they find themselves, just to break the momentum up. Stone comes again to Organ, and again nicely behind it. Playing that one up to mid-on, you know, just in terms of the Notts bowlers not being able to get in that rhythm, always coming on and off the field can be a little bit distracting at times. Hard to get the old body, you know all about that, J-Mo. Get that body loose after you want to keep going, don't you?
Yeah. As you get older, it gets harder. Yeah, definitely. Especially
right,
in this time, it's cold out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not warm. Yeah, for sure. Stone in again to the last ball of the over. Sprints into Organ, who drives that one up the pitch. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful piece of timing, and that'll be 4 runs up towards the pavilion end. Lovely stroke from Felix Organs. Looked in good touch.
Nice piece of timing, you're right. Yeah, very straight. He's played a couple of those actually. I think that's the second one that's been very straight up that end of the ground as well. Played 5 matches last year, did Felix Organ. Scored 258 runs at 51. So the games when he did, because he's been playing as a second spinner obviously, so he doesn't play regularly. I mean, obviously now with Liam Dawson retiring, probably fair to assume that Felix Organ might play most, if not all, of the rest of the championship matches. And from a batting point of view, useful.
Well, I suppose I believe his main trade was opening the batting before he was really a spinner, wasn't he? I mean, is there a case in point? Because I mean, it's really a position that Hampshire have struggled to find a combination that has worked. I mean, so far they've tried 2 or 3 different combinations, and even that can be quite distracting to a team.
Well, I think he was one of those Carbs that, you know, yes, he was given a go opening the batting. You know, obviously Joe Weatherly's been given a few goes, and he's been given, you know, several goes. There's a bit of a chat going on out there at the moment. Is it the ball they're talking about? I think it probably is. And, you know, at the end of the day, Felix with a bat averages 23. So he's another one of those that's been given a go, and, you know, the averages, it just, over a period of time, it's just not enough, is it? It's, you know, he showed glimpses when he opened. I'm off the top of my head, probably got a couple of hundreds at least when he opened. And you think when he does that, you think, fine, great. But there's not the consistency. And I think that's, I mean, since you and Jimmy Hampshire have struggled to get a decent opening partnership. It's not easy. They are going to change the ball, actually, by the way. And, you know, Ian Holland was tried up there for a while. I mean, he was a makeshift opener. You know, he was never brought in as an opener, but it ended up turning out that he opened, and he probably did actually open up with Felix Organ for you know, quite a few games. And again, you know, from time to time, he put in a good performance and got 100 or 200s here and there. And you think, fine, but when you look at the end of the season, end of the next season, they're all averaging in the 20s, and that's been the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been a problem for a while. I mean, I suppose when I was still here at the club, you know, you're having those conversations with the coaches and management to say, well, look, myself and Jimbo weren't going to be around forever in a day. What's the kind of plan? Who have you got in place? And even then, you felt things were looking a little threadbare. There wasn't I don't know if that's just a cyclical thing where young players didn't want to open the batting as much. They were more suited to the kind of coming in the middle order. But they didn't seem to, other than Joe Weatherly at the time. I'm talking obviously going back to when Joe Weatherly was very very young man. Obviously there wasn't 2 or 3 guys who you know you were looking at to do the job.
So Josh Tong with a ball change gets whipped away on the leg side by Pothita. I think it's going to take a little while to get used to, because even when I spoke to him this morning and he said it, I had to ask him about 3 times. Maybe I'm probably not very good at sorting it out, but I will practice a little bit more than I have done so far. Interesting, there was a couple of players out on the leg side boundary when he was facing that one. So yeah, and Joe Weatherly, as you said, has had a lot of goes, and it's hard, isn't it? You know, you give these guys a good go at opening the batting. I mean, I must admit, I was all for Toby Albert opening the batting, probably still am to a point, but when he opened 2 years ago, I think Joe Weatherly got injured off the top of my head, and then Toby Albert was given the job of opening for a while. He actually averaged over 30 that season. Okay. As Tong comes in, and forward is almost exaggerated forward defensive there from Felix Organ. In fact, I have written it down, and as we're talking, Cubs, I will look that up and give you a definitive some stats on Toby Albert when he opened 2 years ago. And you think, well, okay, you know, he had a few games, averaged over 30, fine. Give him another go, but he didn't open last year, and here he is now opening the batting, and yeah.
I think that's the eternal problem, isn't it? When you're not doing the job week in, week out, you know, it's very tough.
Morgan plays Tong back along the pitch.
You know, we were having a conversation earlier about, you know, we look at the state of English, you know, the England team at the moment, you know, and there were so many names mentioned to potentially open the batting. You know, there was talk of James Rue, who's scored all those runs in domestic cricket, batting that, but doing it in the middle order. Zach Crawley, even when he took the job on, he wasn't opening for Kent. He was a kind of number 3 or 4, I believe.
Yeah.
Ben Duckett doesn't even open for Notts. It's very strange.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, he's been batting 3, Duckett, isn't he? Double century, as I said, lovely shot off the front foot. Felix Organ, I have to say, so far he's looked in pretty decent touch. I know he's been scoring runs in the second team. I think he got 100 a little while ago. But he's moving his feet nicely here. Yeah, so I wrote this down. 24 season when he opened, he averaged 32.
Yeah, which, you know, as a young opener,
not
I guess,
all season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not pulling up trees, but I mean, look, it's solid. You're on the right side of things. I think you can build off of that. I mean, look, what I've seen so far, I've not seen heaps of Felix Organ back, but you know, what I've seen in this innings, he obviously looked a little bit shaky early on, which you're allowed to do. You know, you got an England bowler steaming in, bowling quick and short. It's not easy.
Right.
But I just think in the current situation where Hampshire find themselves, where, you know, they need to find some answers. You know, if Felix Organ is primarily come in as an opener, you know, is there a case in point to keep, you know, to really consider him as the opener? Maybe still keep Toby Albert, but I just think you need continuity. You know, I think that's, you know, people reference myself and Jimmy Adams, but I think why we had such a, you know, a good time of it, because we had that continuity all the time.
Tong around the wicket to Pocket and that's nudged down the leg side. In fact, I don't think it touched anything. Verena is quickly across. Didn't take it cleanly, ended the over. So we have 12 overs remaining in the day, which means we've lasted 3 overs out here so far. There is a little bit of a break in the cloud above us, which is good news, and well, still a little bit of heavier cloud behind it, but quite for how long I don't know. So we're just going to have to see if we can get through this little period. But there are technically 12 overs left in the day's play, and Hampshire are 144 for 6.
Yeah, they'll just look to try and get through here to close, I would have thought. Ideally for Hampshire, you know, it's not been an easy day, and you've got some real pace coming at both ends here. I imagine these two will bowl through to the end, try and break this open, try and get another 2 wickets if they can. It's going to be Stone to come in from the pavilion end, sprinting in past the umpire to Organ, again short of a length. Just hasn't quite in this spell hit that length, Ollie Stone. I thought he was really impressive earlier in the day. I think his first spell where he certainly was a lot fuller and caused some real problems, even got a few to really swing back. But so far this spell he's tended to be a little bit on the short side, which I think Organ is quite happy there. He's, you know, shown a real strength off the back foot.
Thank you to Ian Pearce, who's given me some stats.
As Organ's behind that one nicely.
Sorry, Carbs. Just as we were talking about Felix Organ, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says Felix Organ in the 2022 season, 200s at 31, probably be as good as any since you, Carbs. But then sadly in 2023 reverted to averaging 15, which, yeah, of course you've got to make a change. You'd have to. Thank you, Ian.
And the problem is there's no backup there, isn't it? I mean, that's the problem they have as a team at the moment. Stone comes in again to Organ, again short of a length. That one ended up just having to politely boot away to not roll back on the stumps. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem when you don't have a backup. You know, someone struggles, you don't really have anyone coming through the second team, the academy. You know, it's a real shame. I think opening the batting is a great skill. I think, you know, it's I thoroughly enjoyed it in my time being an opener. It's sad that, you know, more players don't want to take it up. As Stone comes in again. I mean, it is a tough job, no doubt about it. I mean, like we said, there's going to be collateral damage, and certainly you play on pitches like this, you can easily find yourself 3 down for not many. But I think the important thing is you need players who want to do the job, and I think that's it. Really starts there for me. It's not a situation where I think you can shift around the middle order a lot more, but certainly opening the batting, I think there's something about having that continuity. Seeing the same two guys walk out there week in, week out. I think it's important. So Stone comes in again to feed. It all dries beautifully. That was superbly timed and well stopped in the covers. High 30s, and that's the difference, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? It's the consistency, isn't it? It's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Now, I've just had an email from Jez Walder, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who mentions Ali Orr. Now, I know there's a big sort of clamber at the moment of Hampshire people saying, well, why doesn't Ali Orr get a chance? Now, let me read you some stats that might help a little bit. Now, Ali Orr at Sussex, when he came here, averaged 39 first-class cricket. That's when he arrived. Oh, that's nipped back, and that hurt. Has that hit him on the top of the leg, pot heater? Or has it hit him where he doesn't want to? He's running away towards square leg.
That's a good description, I would say. Yeah, top of the leg.
Right, so Ali Orr has had played 27 matches for Sussex before he came here, averaged 39. He's played 10 championship matches since he arrived at Hampshire, averages 23.
Yep.
So again, he's putting selectors in a situation, is is he the answer? Now, he's the only one that's not been tried this year, so maybe by virtue of that, it looks like they are going off, actually. But the guy averages 23 for Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a little bit of Ali Orr playing for Hampshire 2s. In my humble opinion, I'm not convinced he's an opener. I think more suited to the middle order against an older ball. I think for me he's a little bit loose in the way he plays. I think what you're looking for is someone who's a little bit tighter in their approach and understands that. And it's a step up from Division 2 to Division 1 cricket. Remember that as well. Sussex, when he was playing there, was still in Division 2. He's obviously come to Hampshire, Division 1 club. You're going to be facing much more skilled bowlers, much more accurate, patient bowlers. When I've watched Ali Orr, everything looks a little frenetic, if I'll be honest. I don't think he's really settled on a method. And you can see it in the consistency that, the same things you may get away with in Division 2, you're not necessarily going to get away with in Division 1. And I think that could be down to sometimes preparation, understanding what needs to be done, doing what you need to do, not what you want to do. I think you also need that, he's got a good man at the helm, Jimmy Adams, who's opened here for many, many years, knows this place inside out. So you'd think, conversations should have been had there in terms of the way to go about things, but also I don't know Ali Orr very well, but is he also receptive to that? There's a lot of questions I think to be asked as to why these players are consistently not really kicking on in the way that because some of them have been around now a fair while. I'm looking there, he played now 30, nearly 40 games, so you start to think, well we should start to see some of that consistency coming through. But so it's very tough to pick someone averaging 23. I mean,
that's the thing, isn't it? Yeah. Had a good 50 over competition last year, which sort of gives you hope, but it's white ball, and of course different to the stuff that we are playing at the moment. So just to reiterate, players have gone off. We had 2.5 overs in that little mini session of play. Hampshire went from 128 for 6 to 152 for 6. There were some lovely shots from off the bat of Felix Organ, who went from 21 to 34 in that short period, and Pot Heater went from 7 to 14. We've had 45.5 overs play in the day. The umpires are staying out there in the middle because we're off for bad light rather than rain. There is some cloud above us, which means basically why the players are off. But there is some decent weather, maybe behind, certainly some higher cloud. Now, whether we can hang around long enough for that to come over, maybe that's what the umpires are thinking. Right, I think we'll take a bit of a break again, actually. This has been very stop-start throughout the day, which I think we knew would happen. By the way, the partnership, as you can see on the screen there, is 47 between these two now, which has lifted Hampshire from 105 for 6 to the position they're in now at 152 for 6. The umpires are staying out there, which means there might be a chance of us getting a little bit more play in, but I think it would only be a little bit more. And if we do, rest assured, we will be back for more live action. If not, we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow.